That.
I thought, see, you have a pattern. I thought today was going to be the day where you're going to be a dick.
No, I was ready.
All right, let's try it again. You ready?
No, you ruined it.
Yeah, it's Wednesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
20 degrees right now. Here's what's weird.
What's up?
It's the exact same temperature as it was yesterday morning, yet it feels like 40 degrees
I think
warmer.
we're just getting used to it now.
Oh, you think it feels warmer today?
Yeah, I was freezing when I left the house yesterday, and I'm wearing a less thick sweatshirt, and I feel warmer than I did yesterday. There is a winter weather advisory from for our area. Looks like we're going to have a little snow coming in around 4 o'clock.
Okay.
And when I say a little, enough for a winter weather advisory.
All right.
So keep your heads up on that. I would like to start today
What happened?
with the best headline you are going to hear this month.
Wow.
Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Man shatters plate on wedding guest's head, sparking fight over buffet line cutting.
Smash. Wait, so he
Was it a
basically
Greek
just
wedding?
crushed it?
He's just getting ahead of things.
I think you missed the most important part of this.
The buffet line.
Over
Yeah.
buffet line cutting.
So the guy was taking. All right.
The buffet line can be cutthroat sometimes.
All
Okay,
right.
so let me back it up and we'll tell you what happened here. So this man, who is an attorney, was at a wedding in line for the buffet and carving.
Wait, the guy who did the plate smashing
was in
an
line
attorney?
waiting. Yes, he's an attorney. The
Okay.
plate smasher.
He assaulted a guy with a plate. He's an attorney.
The alleged plate smasher.
yeah,
Let me say
yeah.
that again because there's a reason I bring that up
Yeah.
in a second. According to the story,
Yeah.
2 young girls cut in front of him in the buffet line while he was waiting to get his prime rib.
Yeah.
This man.
Oh, you didn't say prime rib, bro. That's a carving station move.
Now, this man who looks to be in his 50s
Okay.
and also looks to be a man who would assault you overstepping in front of him at a buffet started having words with the girls.
Okay.
Like, got angry.
Yeah.
He then, according to police, tried to confront the father of one of the girls who cut him in line,
All right.
but the man ignored him. After being ignored, according to witnesses, this lawyer smashed a plate on the head of the father of one of the girls
God.
and grabbed onto his collar. Quote, without provocation, the large, bald man struck the slimmer man on his head with a dinner plate. From there on in, a melee began between a large number of wedding guests. Okay, so the man's 52 years old, but he is insisting he is the victim.
But how can you say that if you hit the guy in the head with a plate?
So despite the multiple witnesses saying he smashed a plate over his head, he is denying that he did that.
And he's a lawyer.
Yes, I'm going to quote this lawyer. You ready? Quote, I want to press charges against him, the dad, because of the numerous people that beat me up. He's the only one I could identify as kicking me, so he kicked me. I saw him. He's the only one I saw kicking me, so I don't know why he's not getting charged.
Heard at a carving station? Call me now. So a brawl broke out.
Because he smashed, according to
And
police.
they all jumped his head.
Yes, that's kind of what it sounds like. Yes, yes. And all of this happened,
God.
according to police, because he was cut in line
Right.
at a prime rib carving station by 2 young girls. All right, so here's the thing.
Right.
Obviously, this is not the right thing to do.
Should not do that.
No.
Yeah.
But
What?
I get it.
It's prime rib, bro.
You come on, right?
There's certain things that's
Yeah.
prime rib.
Yes. Like
Right? But do you think, I've never seen a wedding run out of food.
It's
like
not-
they're going to bring more prime rib if that prime rib is done, right?
it's not about running out.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, I think a very important piece of evidence in this case would be what number his table was to be called
Yeah,
up to
that's
the
true.
buffet.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it could have been a while
Because look, if he's 3, you're right. This guy's way out of
Yeah.
line. If he's 17,
watching everybody else
I mean,
eat.
And you were
Come on.
that close to the prime rib, and
Yeah.
then you got cut.
you're right there. Look, it's not what he did allegedly is not the right thing to do. But who am I to sit here and wag my finger at a man when there have been times I've been just staring at that buffet while I'm watching all these
Sure.
other happy, shiny people get their delicious food?
Do you think both parties involved were on the same side? Like, were they both groom's guests
Ooh.
or both wife's guests?
I had them opposite. Well,
You had
one was,
opposite?
Yeah, because don't forget, a whole bunch of people jumped his ass
Yeah.
and kicked his ass,
Yeah.
thinking that I'm thinking he was part of a
one side.
one
or
side
the
of the. Yeah, there was two different parties.
Okay, your argument is logical. I'd like to counterpoint that argument.
Go ahead.
If he knew the father, that one of these girls belonged to this dad, that tells me they were in the same party
Well,
side.
that could have been established, like who during the like.
They were
like a little reception. Yeah, you usually have that little cocktail reception
Okay.
before you go. So they could have met.
Well, they may have been at the same table.
Oh,
They're
good
both
call.
up there together.
Good call.
Well, usually the tables are set by design, bride or groom.
That's
right?
what. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
she's saying.
But I'm not seeing it that way. I'm thinking like that table went up, then this table.
So you got
went up.
to support your argument. You have a zigzag table pattern to
Right.
get to the buffet.
And you know those girls laughed at him when he made an issue? Like they probably giggled at him, which pissed him off.
Well, yeah, you're a big fat
But they're
bald guy.
also-
I agree about prime
Yeah.
rib.
So that set his pinger all the way up to 10.
You got a 10 pinger right here.
Ping.
I can't imagine the aftermath for everybody involved.
Because you know the table got
Because
knocked over.
even
The buffet
after
line
this,
got knocked
yeah,
out.
how do you go back
You
to
don't.
just having a wedding?
You can't.
Because, like you said, other people are involved now. This is going to be a major thing.
No, I mean, the cop showed up. There's body cam
Yeah.
footage of this man pleading his case
Yeah.
sitting in the back of a cop car. So here's the best part of the story.
And it sounds like a pretty sophisticated wedding.
It was at a country club, which, by the way, he and his wife have now been banned from for a year.
so they were
Oh, wow.
members.
I don't know if they were members. It's just I don't know
All
if
right,
it's like
just banned. All
but
right.
it's funny. Apparently, like I would think a lifetime ban would probably
Yeah.
be a year. How bad are you hurting for
Yeah.
money here at this country
Look,
club?
I guess we're going bad.
Again, the headline we're reading you: man shatters plate on wedding guest's head, sparking fight over buffet line cutting. According to the story, two young girls cut this 52-year-old man in line who was waiting to get prime rib at the carving station. He then confronted the father of one of the girls. The father allegedly ignored him. That's when police say this 52-year-old man, who is a lawyer,
Yep.
shattered a dinner plate over the guy's head, which then kicked off a melee. The funniest part of this story,
What's that?
right? He's desperate for this food. He's so angry that he can't get it in his appropriate time that he starts a fight. After he smashed that plate over the guy's head, there's no way he got the prime rib.
No.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Like
Nope.
his act of defiance is what kept him from getting what he was so passionate about.
yes.
This story really illustrates what a cruel, cruel world we live in.
Yes.
Because like he's also probably starving.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
You're starving and probably full of booze at that
Oh,
point.
yeah.
So, like, not only did you not get the prime rib, you have been arrested. You're probably,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at a mugshot, so they brought him down to the police station. It's another 3 hours before you can even get a bite of
Oh, my
anything.
God. And by the way, I'm sure he had a wife with him there.
Yeah, because she was also banned from the.
So what is she doing at that point?
Well, the fact that she was also banned
Yeah,
from the
that's not
country.
good.
So she
Great
could have
for
been right
her.
behind him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or the other side. You know, sometimes you do those dual lines
Yeah.
on a buffet line, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like she's on the other side watching that. And then she's got, I wonder if she tried to step in and like stop it or help.
If she's also banned, I mean, look, man, if you got a guy that is capable of smashing a plate over
Yes.
somebody's head over prime rib, I'm guessing his wife is also like a ride or die on that one.
Yeah,
you know what I'm
almost
saying?
have to be,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, like there's no woman that is anti that activity that stays with a guy like that.
Especially if he's that big of a hothead. Like this isn't your first rodeo
Yeah,
with
she
him.
probably saw him getting wound up,
Yes.
right? Like you kind of know the signs at that point, depending how long you've
the
been
triggers,
together.
yeah.
Which
God.
I don't know how you would explain this to somebody in a way that is in your favor. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like when you have to explain this to somebody down the road, like why you can't attend a different wedding,
Okay.
right? Because I can't go to that place again.
Sure.
You have to tell people it's because my husband hit a guy over the head with a plate
But people
over
get-
prime rib.
people get
I
so-
don't even know how you defend that.
They get so defensive over food
I get it,
that
yeah.
it's not even theirs.
Yeah.
So I told you when my parents had their 50th anniversary, we threw them a little bash at a country club. None of us were members in Florida, right? So we throw this thing. They did a really nice job. And some of the members just walked in. This old lady walked into the room that we had and just they had like the hors d'oeuvres out, like cheese and stuff. And she started putting it on her plate. And my brother flips out. She's not part of the party. And like, so he goes up to say something to her. And I'm like, Jerry, just let it go, man. And it's 5 cubes of cheese.
I get it. I get it.
He got so pissed off. And then she came back again. And this time she hit the shrimp platter, right?
Oh, no shrimp.
He was losing his mind.
Bro, that's shrimp. 5 cube cheese is fine.
But he was going to confront some rich 80-year-old woman about $10 worth of food.
It's not about the $10. It's about the
Principle
entitlement.
of the thing.
Yes, right? Like, I think
It's
I can
the
do whatever I
principle
want.
of the
It
thing.
is the principle of the
And
thing.
that's where it starts.
That's my scrimp.
Yeah.
That's my scrimp. No, look, I can't say, look, I'm not going to smash a plate over somebody's head.
Yeah.
But I can't sit here and say if that happened to me, that I wouldn't be silently, like, steam coming out of my
Yeah.
ears fuming.
Yeah. I to your point,
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of the weddings at country clubs. Like there are still people like golfing during the day.
Oh, yeah.
I've been to a happy hour where they had specific signs that said, like, basically no golfers allowed.
Oh.
Because, like, they must have had problems in the past where, like, the people golfing would come through and eat the food.
Well, we've known some golfers in our day.
Yeah, a
right?
couple of golfers.
And they're all glommers. They're all country club glommers.
Yeah.
If they see a bucket of beer,
Yeah.
they just assume, hey, they're not going to miss this.
No, you're right. You're right. What are you going to do? Throw me? I paid
Hey.
my dues, Frank.
Yeah.
I paid my dues.
They're all hands.
All right, so there's two morals here.
What is that?
One, don't smash a plate over anybody's
That's
head.
a good one.
Two, if you think cutting in front of the buffet line is no big deal, to everyone behind you, it's a massive deal.
That is
and
true.
you're going to ruin a wedding. So be better. We have a dynamite smash kind of breakup for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, it's hate time.
That's right. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. And this comes off a story Tommy told us 2 weeks ago. You got caught in a situation where you insisted you could not tip on your morning coffee.
Couldn't give it away.
Could not. Yeah. What could you do here?
Right.
And until you told us the story, and you established that not only could you have tipped, you did the most dick move ever.
But you wanted me to go big time tip.
Yeah, because it wouldn't have affected you in any way.
Oh, really?
Well, you dress like you got it.
That's why I just blew it all in the three-tone shoes.
Well, look, as passionate as this argument got 2 weeks ago in the room, and as much as you felt like no one was on your side, I got some good news.
What's that?
A woman wrote us a letter, and she is on your side.
Good.
In fact, she thinks you didn't go far enough.
Fantastic.
This woman says this woman
What
doesn't.
happened?
This woman doesn't know. I mean, why you're getting lit up for not tipping this one time because she has decided.
He is Team Tommy.
That's right. And Team Tommy is done tipping anybody
No,
for anything.
no,
No,
not what
you're
I
team.
said.
Home team, buddy.
Did not say that.
One pirate ship, this woman, Tommy Muley, coming into port. We'll get to it. It's after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
Saturday night, with this winter weather advisory coming this afternoon, Saturday night we got some weird weather like out of nowhere. A bunch of snow.
Yeah.
And there were parts where, Kimmy, the visibility was like zero.
Oh, yeah.
That led to a bunch of people waking up to find these destroyed in their front yards.
Destroyed.
It sucks, right?
Yeah.
But you just assume somebody else broke it, they're going to pay for it.
Yeah.
Even if it was one of these things owned by a town, village, or city, it turns out, according to New York state law,
Yeah.
they may not be on the hook for anything.
So it's your ass?
We'll get into it next here in the break room. I'll see you, Matt. There's a story happening, Tommy.
What's the story?
Well, it turns out a bunch of people in the greater Rochester area woke up Sunday morning to find their mailboxes in pieces.
What happened?
Well, it became pretty apparent that plows that were working as hard as they could to clear all the snow that we got Saturday night into Sunday morning may have clipped their mailboxes. And it's a frustrating situation, right? But you just assume that, you reach out to somebody and they will pay for it. Well, guess what? Not so fast.
Buddy.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 6:45. Eggs on the mind to everybody.
What do you do?
Well, that's just it.
Too damn high.
Well, there is one grocery store here in town that is keeping their egg prices low.
How?
Well, there's a catch. You can't have all the eggs you want. In fact, they're not the only grocery store in town that is now limiting egg consumption. And I get that the best intentions are at hand here.
So if I want to make a 3-egg omelet, I got to make 3 trips?
We'll get to the story just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So as we told you, a bunch of people in the greater Rochester area woke up over the weekend, Sunday morning, to find that their mailbox had been shattered, smashed, destroyed.
Yeah.
You got it by their local plow. And it had to be, Kimmy, the visibility Sunday. Now, you said you were driving home.
Yeah, I was driving home, and it was dicey out there for a good stretch of time when it really started to come down. So I could see... Like, there were parts of the road where you didn't even know if you were on the road or not.
Damn.
So this isn't a news story yet. We are collecting these from anecdotal stories of people in the greater Rochester area that have been all over social media making this claim. Who do I call to get my mailbox taken care of?
Good luck.
Well, that's just it. It turns out if your mailbox is smashed by a plow, there may not be anyone to call.
It's yo box,
Just
yo problem.
Did you know, according to New York State highway law, your mailbox is considered an obstruction.
oh,
It's in the way.
So you're the problem.
Quote, when necessities of keeping the highway open conflict with the reception of the mail, the latter must stand aside. That is a quote in the law. Essentially,
Step aside, mailbox.
That's right.
Coming through.
the state has determined it's more important to clear the road than to not blast your mailbox to smithereens. And it turns out, according to New York State law, mailboxes are only allowed on the side of the road as a courtesy to the homeowner.
Thank you, government.
Even though you can't get your mail delivered to your house without a USPS registered like official mailbox.
Think of how long mailboxes have been in existence.
Yep.
They got to go back to the 1800s, right?
How else would you get your mail? Well,
Right.
you know, you probably could have gone down to the mail office, post office.
I guess, but I'm guessing like rural, how were they, the Pony Express, didn't he like chuck
Well,
the mail?
Pony
in?
Express is not the mail. It's not the USPS.
Oh.
Different company. Actually, a good question. Kimmy, can you Google when mailboxes first started becoming a thing? Like a standard American thing?
Because I didn't know, like, so when I moved into Webster, our mailbox got knocked down multiple times.
Okay. Yeah, by guys leaving parties at your house.
Not those guys.
We have an exact year.
Oh.
1923.
Okay.
The
Oh,
post
wow.
office finally mandated that every household install a mailbox or mail slot.
Wait a
So
minute.
you had to, but they were before that, but you had to have one.
So wait, it's mandated that I have to
Had to
have
have it.
one, but it's an obstruction and a courtesy according to the state.
So it's all
Yes.
Euro. So when I went to Webster, because it turned out that the school bus, when it was backing up, hit it.
Okay.
And they said, yeah, sucks.
That was it.
Yeah.
So
Try
that-
not to do it again, but they were not going to fix it. And then I had one creamed when I've replaced like 4 mailboxes, and they just go, yeah, sucks for you, bro.
So that's just it. Now, it turns out it all depends on where you live if they will take care of your mailboxes, because there are some towns and villages that will pay for them if they get hit. And
But you have to prove that
Yes.
they hit it. That's the
Oh,
problem, because they're not
gotcha.
going to go, oh, yeah, we hit that.
Yeah, you're right. But we don't. I mean, look, man, if you have a snowstorm and 5
Yeah.
mailboxes
The whole
got taken
street's
out,
taken
Yeah.
out.
pretty
Yeah.
easy to prove. But we don't have a list in front of us of which towns, villages, communities in the greater Rochester area will pay for your mailbox if they crush it versus the ones that won't.
And they ain't cheap.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Because remember, I had somebody, someone who lives in my neighborhood had an extended family member staying at their house.
Yeah.
Oh.
They,
Always the extended family member.
this person claimed that they fell asleep at the wheel.
Okay.
Oh.
The house,
In the driveway?
yes, they had their driveway is 20 feet from my house.
Yeah.
They fell asleep at the wheel, hit my mailbox, destroyed it.
Yeah.
Then woke up and just
Oh.
went to work unaware that they hit my
didn't,
mailbox.
Like, turn around and go home after that?
No, and nobody came forward. It wasn't until one of our neighbors was like, no, that was the car that hit it, and told us that the police went down there, talked to them, and they were like, oh, and that was the end of it.
Yeah.
They weren't like BS, but we had to pay for it, and it was like hundreds of dollars.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's not cheap, and you got to get somebody to do it, because I don't know how to do a mailbox.
Well, there are people that know how to do mailbox.
I know, but I ain't that guy. Well, you're just going to set the mortar, and then you just set your post. No, I'm not doing any of that.
And here's the ass kicker.
What?
For those who don't know, if you don't have a set-in functional mailbox, the post office will not deliver your mail.
You had to go down and get it.
Exactly. So for a couple of days, my wife and I had to go down to the little post office in West Henrietta and pick up all our mail all the time.
Right.
So I can't get my mail without it.
Nope.
It is, according to Kimmy,
mandatory you have it.
but according to the state, it is a courtesy that the mailbox is at the end of my driveway. I don't get it.
Oh, they get it, though. They ain't fixing your mailbox. Man.
Bad. Sorry. 252 WCMF. Bunch of folks in the greater Rochester area had their mailboxes hit by plows Saturday night and Sunday morning, and that happens.
Yeah.
What they're finding out is that a lot of towns and villages and places in the greater Rochester area will not pay if they destroy your mailbox. And again, state law says they don't have to. Is that fair?
No. I mean, I think if you knock something over, you should pay for it.
Makes
Right?
sense, yeah. Right? It does seem like one of those homeowner things that's enough of a middle finger where we'd rise up and try and get it changed. Because all it would take is like one politician to be elected forever. I fixed the mailbox problem,
Yes.
right? Like
Mr. Mailbox himself.
Exactly. I'd vote for that guy forever. Or gal. Gal's into the mailboxes,
Oh,
too.
yeah, they box them.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Dan. Hey, Dan, how are you, buddy?
Hey guys,
What up?
Let me tell you, my neighbor just put like a brand new driveway in, and I mean brand new. And the plow, we live in a cul-de-sac, and the plow came around, missed our driveways, everything, dug up the grass in the other neighbor's yard.
Oh.
And just as he went around the grass, he caught the driveway and ripped the whole bottom half of it.
Wait, so he dug out the bottom half of the driveway?
Yeah, brand freaking new. I was like, oh my God. So they came over and did like a real, cheap patch just to get it through. But I told my neighbor, I said, man, you better get on their case and make that thing look brand new.
I love how Dan is instigating further problems.
Tell him,
Get
man.
him. I'll be right behind you. Point my finger at him. That's what I'll
Taking
do.
a crap off of him, man.
Hey, our mailbox guy, our plow guys, I don't know where they're from, but man, they tear up the grass.
Where
all
they're
over
from?
the neighborhood.
Somewhere hot, probably.
Hey, this sounds like the Tuesday thing.
Where are they whining?
You know what I mean?
Where are they plowing? Yeah, I
there
got
you
you,
go.
Dan.
Dan Street.
Right.
Dan, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. You go in there and you tell them you're paying for it.
Good luck.
Well, no, but here's the thing, man. I don't want to turn this into like a plow guy ass-kicking story because like that does not look like an easy job, especially when you can't tell where
and
the
you're
road
trying to-
is.
yeah.
It's more on the
exactly.
towns than the drivers.
Like mistakes are going to happen.
Right, but they're not going to pay you.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Christine. Hey, Christine, how are you?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Christine, what you got?
Well, plow guys do suck. My son was working overnights, and he was living in the town of Pittsford with a friend of his for a while. And he was following the tracks of a snowplow. And when he was following the track, the plow went around the corner way too far and off the road. So, middle of a snowstorm, my son's following it, hits a mailbox. No big deal. Well, it was, but until I got the phone call from my insurance agent, he says, "Are you sitting down?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "I got the price on that mailbox." I said, "Oh, yeah, what's the price?" He goes, $4,000.
A $4,000 Pittsford mailbox.
It's impossible.
Well,
$4,000 mailbox my insurance company had to replace.
was it one of them like big metal ones that has like 20 mailboxes in it, like at the end of the street?
Nope. This was probably, I think the house was like over $1 million on the street.
Okay, no, okay.
And it's
They have
$4,000 because the wife had it custom made. It was one of these big mailboxes, and it sits on top of these very pretty colored cylinder blocks. But they're
Oh, man.
huge.
It probably lit up and everything.
Okay, so Christine, here's the thing. Now, I'm sure your son's a wonderful boy, being raised by you and everything. But I don't know how it's the plow's fault when they missed the $4,000 mailbox, but your son managed to hit the $4,000 mailbox.
Well, that's a good question. I think what happened is it continued to snow, and then it iced over. We had an ice storm,
Sure.
so trying to follow the ruts, and I think he was sliding in the tracks of the plow.
Okay, look, I'm not blaming the kid. If accidents happen,
No.
I'm just saying, next time you tell the story, it's not the plow's fault, Christine.
It is the plow's fault because he should have been on the road and not off the road.
Hey, how come
But-
you had to pay? You said your kid was like an adult, right? He had a job and everything.
Yeah,
Why did you have to pay?
because he was not old enough. New York State doesn't allow you to go on your own insurance until you're 23 without being jacked over the coals.
Yeah, I think it's
So-
26. It's like the health
I
insurance.
would have
car
made that
insurance.
kid pay.
Well, but
you
I
had a
mean-
$4,000 mailbox. I ain't covering this kid.
Father of the year,
Well, he-
Tommy Lee.
He did cover it. He paid me back, but I think back in that, we're going back 15 years. I think it was under 23. You had to be, if you didn't want to be like paying buco dollars, you stayed on mom and dad's insurance.
All right, well, Christine,
But-
thank you
Yeah.
for the call. I really appreciate it. I'm glad your son got through his mailbox fiasco.
We're learning a lot about expensive mailboxes.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, $4,000.
Henrietta will replace your mailbox. May not be the one you want, but they will replace it.
It's just a cardboard box. This is
Stick in a bag.
Christine, thanks for the call. Wasn't that your mother's nickname back in the day? Stick in a bag? By the way, she said that was 15 years ago. So with inflation, that's probably now a $6,000.
There's no
mailbox.
way, man.
I mean,
Well,
bro, are
I
you
guess
kidding?
I'm kind of
That's
picturing
like a
what
statue.
it could be. Like she said, it was built up on like a
Glass
fancy
cylinders.
base, I guess.
And
Remember
he-
that Soprano house in my old neighborhood?
Yep.
He had one of those. He had one. It was like all glass block,
Yeah,
Okay.
it looked like a lighthouse.
but it had a light, so it lit up.
Okay.
Underneath.
So there's some fancy mailboxes out
But
there.
I think it was. But he also the mailbox was a dolphin. I'm not kidding you. So you put the money.
insane.
You put the mail in the dolphin's mouth.
What?
And when you opened it, it would go. All right, let's take a break. Oh man, we got egg problems.
What happened?
Egg problems. And
We're out.
no, well, that's just it. We're
No
not
way.
out. We're not out.
But
And
it's low.
this effort by these grocery stores is actually to make sure they don't run out. They
Okay.
want to make sure everyone gets what they need. And this idea comes from the right place.
Mm.
But I think in the past with stuff like this, we've seen
Yeah.
when you implement a policy like this, it actually has the opposite effect of what you're trying to do.
Okay.
And we're going to tell you the 3 grocery stores in the greater Rochester area that's going to tell you, hey, that's enough eggs. And we'll get to it next here in the break room. Let's see that. You want a big old omelet this weekend?
Yeah, love one.
Well, too bad. Because there are some places you'll be shopping this week that will make sure you are not taking more eggs than you need. And although everyone understands the idea behind this, and their hearts are in the right place, it's going to cause more issues than solve the issues that exist. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock, I might need your help. Because I've been married almost 15 years now.
Yeah.
And you get to points in your life where you think you understand women. Mm-hmm. You think you understand your spouse.
Yeah, what happened?
And then something happens where you're like, nope. Because I got put in relationship checkmate this weekend.
Not good.
I did something that I thought was sweet. I said something I thought was sweet.
You stepped up.
And I meant it.
Yeah.
And one response from her made it so no matter what I said afterwards, I was in trouble. And I need to know how to get out of that.
So you're boxed in.
Oh, bro, there was nowhere to move, man. There was a landmine over here. There was an electric barbed wire fence over here, and I'm just staring at my wife, beads of sweat down my forehead. We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So if you shop at Trader Joe's, you are now on an egg limit.
So what's the deal?
Well, we know about the prices of eggs going up. And the greater Rochester area, grocery store-wise, you are going to pay anywhere between $4.45 and like $7 for a dozen of eggs. But Trader Joe's is doing everything they can to keep their prices low.
Well, that's great for Trader.
In fact,
what are they doing?
They may have the lowest priced eggs in town.
Damn.
You can get a dozen eggs at Trader Joe's for $3.49 according to the DNC right now.
Man, load up.
I know. Well, that's the problem.
Fill that trunk.
You can't. Because at Trader Joe's, you are only allowed 1 dozen eggs per visit.
Okay.
But I can come back later.
Okay, so put a pin in that.
Because that's what my mother would do.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it. So before you get after Trader Joe's for their eggscapades, they're not the only egg limiters.
Oh.
Aldi's also limiting customers to 2 cartons of eggs per day per customers. Whole Foods says you are not allowed to take more than 3 dozen eggs.
Which, by the way, that's a lot.
You shouldn't need more than that a day.
That's a lot of eggs, man. Like, how many eggs you blowing through in a week?
Yeah.
I mean, look, if
a lot of eggs.
If you make breakfast or a lot of things from scratch, I mean, if you shop once a week.
But that's a lot.
Yeah, but
I agree with you. It's a lot of eggs, but I'm not here to judge how somebody cooks for their family.
There are other foods, you know.
But everything's got eggs in it.
All right.
Yeah.
So the argument from these stores are that egg supplies are limited. That's why they've gotten so expensive. And they want to ensure that all of their customers can get the eggs that they need at a reasonable
price. And it
price.
only takes one person to ruin it for everybody.
But here's the thing. You're right. This is going to lead to more problems than it's going to solve. Because, first of all, it's an easy system to game, as you just mentioned.
Right. I could just go back. Because this is what my mother would do. She would just run an end around on all these. Like, she would go to another store, then go back to that store. She would get her stuff.
It's almost like one of those things, though, where it's like if you're really going that far out of your way to game the system, then have it.
Yeah, you're just an egg
You know what
dick.
I mean? Like, just go ahead.
Yeah, I agree.
No, but here's the thing. It's even simpler than having to go back twice. I mean, all you would have to do is go shopping with your spouse, make separate transactions.
Split the orders,
Exactly.
My parents would love to do that. We're splitting our. They would do the stick thing. They would announce it when they got to the belt.
Let them know it's coming.
They were such asses, man.
But here's the thing, man.
Yeah.
Like, I would not have noticed the 1 egg per customer or whatever,
Yeah.
1 card per customer. But now if I see a husband and wife that are together.
You know what they're up to.
Yes, now that pisses me off.
It's an egg caper.
Yes. And, like, these product limits when it comes to eggs or anything else seem to have the opposite effect of what they intend to do. Because if you didn't want more than 1 carton of eggs before you got to the store, well, now I kind of feel the pressure to get more than 1 because I can't.
And we already learned our lesson during COVID.
Bingo.
That as soon as you said there's a shortage, everybody's grabbing.
Yes, you nailed it. I mean,
It causes panic.
yes, and that's just it. This leads to panic buying, which I guess would be good for the stores if they weren't limiting you to 1, 2, or 3 cartons of eggs, right? I mean, don't forget, you had people when toilet paper became short, right?
You saw it, man. They were under armed guard.
There was an armed guard at a grocery store.
Shopping in Cuba.
But here's the thing, Kimmy. You know what that led to?
What?
There were several people who just bought all the toilet paper they could when it became available.
Yep.
And then for months after the pandemic, they had cases of toilet paper in their basement.
Yeah, for months and months and months.
And that's not cool, man.
Yeah.
What?
Who are we talking about?
Oh, what are you talking about?
You.
I'm on a septic system.
You.
It's
I
special
need
paper.
special toilet paper.
I do.
He laughs after everything gets better and everyone's going out of their house and goes, I bought so much toilet paper, I'm going to have it like
I'm
for
the
2 years.
exception.
I got a very dainty ass. It's very sensitive.
And along those lines, product limits also lead to more waste because when that hoarding mentality kicks in, it feels like if you don't get what you need,
Yeah.
you're going to go
You're
without.
falling behind.
Exactly. And I
Yeah.
guess that worked fine with toilet paper. I mean, some people didn't get what they needed in the moment, but toilet paper doesn't go bad.
Eggs get a little stinky.
You got it.
And eggs.
Can you freeze eggs?
No,
I don't think so.
No.
Kimmy, can you Google, can you freeze eggs?
I don't think
Pretty
so.
sure that would change.
Maybe
the
after you
entire-
cook them, maybe like if you scrambled them and froze them.
Okay, you
like,
can do that. But
but
like the
like-
actual egg.
I don't know. I've never heard of that.
Okay.
Okay, I stand corrected.
Saw that
freeze an
coming.
egg.
He was so insistent.
on.
Of course it was going to be able to freeze.
Hold on.
So
You can freeze an
wait,
egg.
hold on. You'd have to crack them first.
Okay, yeah,
before?
so you can like cook them or make
yeah,
them. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's what I just
so it
said.
No,
yes,
or-
yes, you can freeze eggs for up to a year,
But
though
out
they
of
are
the
best
shell.
used within 3 to 4 months.
In the shell or out of the shell?
I don't.
I feel like bad. I
know.
feel bad now we're sharing this because now people are going to freeze
I would
eggs.
think you'd have to take them out of the
It
shell because
seems
the shell
like you
would
have
crack.
to take them out of the shell because
Yeah, 'cause it would expand.
you got to
Right.
crack
Yeah.
each egg into a container. it
Okay.
says.
But you got to really be hard up for eggs to run this kind of a frozen egg operation.
But that's what I'm getting at here. Like,
Yeah.
nobody's going to freeze an egg, right? Like,
No.
how many people, now that they have these limits, are going to load up on eggs thinking they may not be able to get them in 2
Yeah.
weeks, and they're going to end up throwing a bunch out. Meanwhile, some folks will go to get eggs, and there just won't be eggs
or
there.
we're having omelets for dinner again tonight.
So there was a story from Costco on the West Coast like 2 weeks ago.
Well, that's the big boy.
They had brought in a pallet of like, those big like
Yeah.
36 eggs per carton,
Mhm.
and folks were just loading up like 5 or 6 of these things on massive dollies,
Egg pigs.
right? Which brings us to another potential problem.
What?
252 WCMF. Again, Trader Joe's may have the lowest egg prices in town. They're selling them at $3.49 a dozen. Everywhere else, they're between like $4.50 and $7 a dozen.
Yeah.
But according to the DNC, you are only allowed 1 dozen eggs per visit at Trader Joe's. Aldi's is limiting people to 2 cartons per eggs per day. Whole Foods, you can only get 3 per day. And we're talking about how this leads to bigger problems than the solution.
Yeah.
Are people going to try and resell eggs?
To who?
Well, like I'm looking
Yeah.
at this story at
On the
this.
side of the road?
I don't
And
know.
You'd have to sell them for more if you're trying to make a profit.
The
so-
idea, Kimmy, being next week eggs will be more expensive,
All
so I
right.
can profit off of the eggs
But
that
what
I
are
buy
you going
this
to get? A
week.
but
couple
they're
bucks?
they're so
Like,
perishable. Like, to your point, you got to move quick.
I'm not saying it's a good idea, but I saw this video.
oh,
of these people,
I'm sure some asshole trying to.
That's what I mean. Like these people were getting like 5, 6, 7 of these 36 eggs. Like you're not going to eat these eggs.
No.
You don't own a restaurant. You're going to try and sell these eggs.
Unless you try to sell them to a restaurant, because who else is buying bulk eggs?
Oh, that's a great point. You know, we heard from when we talked about the egg situation when it first started becoming a problem
Yeah.
last week. We had heard from a restaurant owner on the west side. He wrote us, and he said that normally his here, talk for a second. I want to find it because
so
it was like jaw
$70,
dropping.
and it went up to like $250 a case.
It was almost like 7
Yeah.
times what he's been paying, and he wasn't like complaining about it like woe is me. It was like, no, this is what's happening
Yeah,
right now,
and that's
it's
what he's
insane.
paying for.
Exactly. So I go, how much did you have to raise your price? And he had said, we're just going to try and ride it out. So it's a scratch omelet at this point. You ain't
Yeah.
making no money on your omelet, bro.
Yeah.
Anyway, what's funny about this whole egg limit thing?
Yeah, what's that?
As of now, the other major grocery stores in town, Wegmans, Tops, Walmart, they are not limiting eggs at all. So despite the lower cost at a place like Trader Joe's,
Yeah.
right, where you could save $2, $3, $4 per 12 eggs, this could hurt Trader Joe's.
Oh, yeah.
Because there is also this weird feeling you get when you go into a place that puts a limit on what you can purchase. Even though I don't need a lot, it feels like your freedom has been restricted.
Yeah.
Right? I'd rather go to a place that doesn't participate in egg tyranny.
Yeah, but Trader Joe people, they're kind of like a different shopper, though.
What do you mean?
You know, that's like a hipster. I'm not going to Walmart. I'm not going to Kmart or whatever.
Oh, you don't shop at Trader Joe's at all?
seems like your kind of place, really.
Because you cleared your throat there trying to come up with something to say.
Great hummus
I'm a
selection.
Wegmans man.
You don't go to Trader Joe's at all?
I've been in there once. Not for me.
Does your wife shop at Trader Joe's?
No. Not that I know of.
Guys, a question?
Right.
Follow-up question?
Right.
Why you lie? I know you go to Trader Joe's.
Like, I know people
You
that
got a
go-
Trader Joe's shacket on.
Couple of times.
I know people that go to Trader Joe's not to do their full grocery shopping, but Trader Joe's has like 1 or 2 things that you can't get anywhere else. Like it's their
Yeah, they
brand
got-
of
yeah.
things, so people will go there and stock up on like certain things, certain items.
But I can't imagine a Trader Joe shopper going to Walmart.
Bro, we learned when food prices started going up, like 3 years ago, like when it was at inflation stuff,
Yeah.
that folks who never thought they would be disloyal to the store they loved all of a sudden started shopping in other places,
All right.
right? You had folks walking into Aldi's for the first time, Walmart for the first time, and discovering, yes, this is not the shopping experience I'm used to, but the prices are just too good.
All right. They were, all right. So they chinched out.
Okay. Bro, you're going to get to that point when you, instead of eating cat food, when you're living on nothing but Social Security because you were too stupid to save any money. Check out my shack. Pretty cool, huh?
I like tuna.
So cool. So cool. I mean, to your point,
Yeah.
I mean, we're getting a lot of Facebook messages of people saying just cut out eggs. Yes, you're right. You can just cut out eggs.
Well, you could just limit how many eggs you eat.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if that's going to hurt my. Are eggs good for you or bad for you? Wait,
They go up and down.
Every other
right?
week, right?
Everything in moderation.
No, but like
Don't
eggs were going to
overdo
kill
it.
you at one point.
Yeah.
Then you should eat eggs.
Because if you don't eat eggs, then you're going to die
Right.
because eggs are too good for you. It is week by week. Eggs are always in the news. Like when it comes
Yeah.
to stuff that comes out of farms, I don't think anybody gets publicity, any item gets publicity more than eggs do.
Yeah,
Because
that's
like
fair.
eggs always have been up and down, but nobody ever says crap about bacon.
Well, I think we know bacon's bad.
But
Nobody's
so was the
gonna
egg.
argue.
But
No.
the, but the bacon and the egg were both villains at one point. But bacon just got a big pork pass.
No, but you can make an argument for why eggs are good. They got a lot
You
of
can
protein.
make eggs a lot of different ways.
Yes,
too.
yeah.
Like,
How can you make healthy bacon, stupid?
I love bacon.
Everyone loves bacon. It's going to kill you.
Nah, who died of bacon?
Everybody died of bacon. Everybody that's ever died.
The Civil War, they all died of bacon.
Even a guy that's got shot, they looked in the hole, there's bacon in there. It's a bacon bullet. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from John. John says, I don't get going to other places just to buy eggs. If it's
I don't
$7, you pay the $7. It sucks, but you just find a way to save the money in
or
other
take
places.
a pass, like, to your point.
Again, some people need eggs. Not
No,
everybody.
They don't need eggs. What person, like, I got this health issue where I have to have an egg every day or I'm going to die.
So we discussed this last week.
What?
There are only like 5 foods ever that don't have some kind of egg in them.
No, but then I would have to purchase and use.
Understood. If you are someone that cooks for your family, eggs are a necessity most of the time.
How many eggs you blowing through?
We
You don't eat 'em.
No, I mean, we probably go through a dozen eggs in my house a week. I mean,
And
I
that's
know.
4
Okay, we-
people.
Yeah.
3 people because I don't really eat the eggs.
You don't eat eggs at all?
Well, no, I mean, on Sundays I'll
well,
eat
you
eggs.
don't eat breakfast, or you have your
Sunday
yogurt.
egg. He eats a Sunday egg.
Amazing.
The Lord's egg.
No, I eat my fruit salad for breakfast. I did eat eggs. My wife said eggs were bad for me, and I can't argue with the doctor.
I think I eat a hard-boiled egg every day.
I love a hard boiled. You do?
Yeah.
Wait, you eat more eggs than everybody.
I put them in a salad every day.
Okay, what a bitch.
I'm a bitch. You don't even eat
I
them.
know. This is a circular.
No, but you
firing squad
can't. You
here.
can't argue. Oh, you a bitch. I eat an egg every day. I put it in my salad, in my rock salad. CMF, home of the salad of rock and roll. Check me out. So dumb. No, but I mean, to John's Facebook messenger, I do understand, like the shock of seeing $5, $6, $7 for a carton of eggs, not wanting to pay that money. Whether or not it deeply affects your budget, like I get standing on business and being like, I'm not going to do it.
So the one thing I noticed is that the organic eggs haven't changed price.
Oh,
So is it because how they raise organic eggs, they didn't get the bird flu?
be.
I don't know.
Because they're the
Being
same
affected by
price.
something.
They are smaller eggs.
But
Yeah.
but they have a ton of those like sitting there, and those prices haven't changed.
Yeah,
And
no,
it's the same price.
It's an interesting question. I don't know the answer.
Like, why wouldn't you just go buy those organic eggs?
Oh, smaller.
No, but they sell them in different sizes.
Oh, extra large organic eggs?
yeah, it's like that big.
I thought they only got extra large because they weren't organic. We stuck this chicken with the steroids of rock and roll.
But just don't ask it too many questions.
You know what I bet really is going to be affected by the egg prices? Appetizers. Like, like like I was thinking the Super Bowl party. Like,
Yep.
there's always somebody that brings like deviled eggs or something like that to
Yeah.
those kind of
Ooh.
events. And
Those are good. Deviled eggs are the best.
I'm guessing you're going to see less deviled eggs in your future.
Well, no, my neighbor made deviled eggs for his Super Bowl party, had them delivered.
Like legit.
Yeah, they were delivered in an armored truck.
No kidding.
Yeah, it was rough.
Under like a gun.
Yeah,
and everything?
guy had his gun out, pointed it.
Yeah.
He saw me, pointed it at me. Don't even think about it. Let's take a break. You get to a point a couple of times in your life as a man
Yeah.
where you think you understand women.
Mhm.
You think you got it under control. And, being married to the same person for an extended period of time.
You think you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And every time you think you got them figured out,
Mm-hmm.
it blows up in your face.
Oh, yeah.
Because, look, I've been married for a pretty decent amount of time.
Yeah.
But you've been married collectively.
Oh,
Way
many,
longer.
many years.
And there are lots of other people that have been in relationships longer than I have that maybe can help here. Because in this move, I said something from my heart.
Mhm.
I was sincere when I said this when my wife brought up something that may be an insecurity for her. And I thought I did something great.
Oh,
And in one sentence,
what happened?
my wife put me in checkmate.
Ooh.
Because no matter what I said
Your move, buddy.
Yeah, Kimmy.
Ain't no move.
There was no spinning out of this
Yeah.
without making it a massive problem. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Gotta watch your mouth, Tommy.
Yeah, buddy.
But it's not just when you're being a wise ass.
What else?
Sometimes even things said with the best intentions will get you in trouble. And it will put you in a spot that no matter what you try and say, it's going to be bad.
What happened?
All right, well, look, you've been married collectively
Many, many years.
more years,
Decades.
more years than I have.
I forgot how long ago I was married, but I was just telling Kimmy, I was using my old marriage as like a timeline of when this plane was built.
What an old man sentence to say.
And they're like, wow, yeah, that was like over 40 years ago.
That was my first wife.
And here's the thing.
Old.
There may be guys listening right now who have been in situations like this in the past that can help younger married guys get out of these scary and dangerous wife situations. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. By the way, you can hear our lovely voices.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Why not check out Tommy's tan and taupe theme he's got going today?
What are you talking about?
You look like you're wearing a tuxedo to prom in 1972. Our live stream is up, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch. You can watch us on YouTube and Twitch, The Break Room WCMF. All the excitement of hearing us while also watching us talk.
All right.
So go check that out. All right. So on Sunday, my wife and I are in the car, and it's just us. She is checking her mirror, her makeup in the mirror.
Okay.
And she noticed like 2 or 3 strands of gray hair.
Okay.
And it's nothing I had ever noticed. And she starts to get a little like, it's like, gray hair. She goes, I really should go get my hair dyed and get rid of these couple of grays.
Get a little touch up.
You got it. So I want to time out the story right there. Hindsight is a very important tool.
Oh, yeah.
Because as we have time to break this situation down, we now know that if you are a husband in this spot, my wife, your wife says, I got some grays I want to get taken care of. Anything you say as a husband can make things bad.
Yep.
And maybe nothing is the best thing to say. But that didn't happen.
Right.
So she looks at me while she's saying, I think I should go get these grays touched up.
Yeah.
And I decided I was going to speak from the heart. Why are you? No, I was speaking from the heart. Look.
Why?
I think I know what that sounds like. Just saying.
I love my
Mr.
wife.
Jokey Jokes over
No,
here.
I love my wife. I want her to. Okay.
Mr. Jokey Jokes.
I told my wife,
Yeah.
I don't know why you'd have to dye your hair. I think that I think you should go gray and just let it go, right?
Let it go natural.
Yeah, let it go natural. And I told her, and I'm serious when I say this, I mean it. Every day, you are more beautiful to me. And
Don't ever say.
I don't
never,
believe you.
I'm serious.
Never bring up the past when you're complimenting the present. Because what you're saying is, she's going to say, well, you didn't like me 2 years ago? I wasn't attractive?
Oh, no.
What are you saying?
I always loved how I've always
Well,
thought
that's
you're
not what you're
beautiful.
saying.
Every day
Get
I
in
wake
the car.
up, you are more beautiful to me, right? And I sat back, having been married almost 15 years.
Cracked your knuckles like, that'll do it.
I thought to myself, you brilliant bastard.
Yeah.
You finally figured out marriage. And my wife pauses for a second, and she's looking at herself in the mirror, and she looks at me and she says, are you into older women?
Man, she twisted it that way. Didn't even see that one coming.
Nope, neither did I, because it
Well,
was.
was she
That's a
asking
bouncing
because,
Betty in the car.
Oh, yeah. It was in that moment, I'm sorry, Kimmy,
Okay.
that I realized the mistake that
Yeah.
I had made.
Was she asking like as a joke because she's older than you? Or was she asking because she thinks like you're into like older women?
I don't know if she was joking. I don't know if she was serious. She said it just like
Okay.
this. Are you into older women? Like, it wasn't like an indictment. It could have been a real question.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know.
Yeah.
But as her mouth closed and the sound stopped coming, I realized there was nothing I could say there that would not get me in massive trouble.
Yes, yeah.
Because if I say, yes, I am into older women, I have told my wife that I am very into her, and that makes her an older woman, right? I don't see my wife as an older woman, but she would hear that, and that can make it a messy situation. However, if I respond, no, I am not an older woman, and my wife in this moment, who may be feeling older on account of her 2 gray hairs, I just told my wife in her head, I am not into you.
Right.
And I was in relationship checkmate.
Because you responded.
Nothing. Okay.
You don't
Yes.
respond.
Hindsight is 2020.
You don't respond.
You have to
No.
respond.
You got to think before you speak to the pink.
You're
Understand that.
think before you
You
speak to the pink. It doesn't even
Think.
rhyme. You
Think
thought that rhymed.
before you speak
thought that
to the
rhymed in your
pink.
head. You
Think
are
and
so
think
bad at
does
words.
rhyme. Don't get mad at me because you're wrong.
Bro,
Like, I never respond to that stuff.
I can't. You
like,
can't.
if she goes,
What, you just sit there silent like an
no,
idiot?
you go. It's real easy.
Okay, go. Okay, I'll be my wife.
Yeah.
All right. There's a couple of grays. I should go get these touched up.
Okay. That's it. Okay.
Okay.
That's all you got to do.
Okay. I should get rid of them. I feel like I look old to you?
Wherever you want.
So you don't care how I look.
No.
What?
I find
Get out of the car!
You can look however you want.
How did you
It's your body.
How did you, in giving advice, make it a worse situation?
Because when I say okay, there's no follow-up.
There is always
There
a
ain't.
follow-up.
There ain't.
What fantasy wife world?
You shut it down right there.
You are dumb.
No,
and you
I'm
are
telling
wrong.
you, man. I don't get boxed in.
What wife world do you live in where there is not a follow-up
The
question?
more you talk, the deeper you sink
Okay.
into the pink.
See, that rhymed. Took you 3 minutes, but you
Think
got there.
before you speak to the pink.
Kimmy,
that
just
should be on a T-shirt.
Thinking. Okay.
It's close enough.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Now, by the way, I lucked out because I'm sitting there and I'm panicking. I'm literally panicking.
Yeah.
And I know like only 15 seconds elapsed, but in my mind, it's been 5 years.
Oh, yeah. You're falling down a mine shaft.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, what do I say? What do I say? What do I say? Phone rings, Bluetooth.
Yeah.
My 12-year-old she's calling us. When are you guys coming home? And I'm like, oh, thank God. Totally took away from the situation. My 12-year-old saved my
All right.
life.
All right.
Saved my life
Tonight.
tonight. 12-year-old. All right.
Hey, just coming home with the old lady. Be there in a few minutes.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What the hell do you do in that situation? And maybe it's not this situation specifically, but that moment where you realize there is nothing you can say to your spouse that will not put you in a bad spot. Because, Kimmy, you can admit that there are times as a woman where you feel insecure about yourself.
Oh, sure.
You
especially.
especially.
Yeah.
Like, you all the
Yeah.
time.
We're not in this room.
Well,
Yeah, never in this room.
but like those husband checkmate
Yeah.
conversations always come in those insecure moments.
Oh, for sure. And I can think of a perfect example is when I chopped my hair, and I really liked it.
Yeah.
And my husband goes, oh, I really liked it long. He didn't
Ooh.
say he didn't like it, but he said it without saying it.
Yeah.
And at that point, I was like, well, there goes that fun,
But that wasn't his fault.
No, he shouldn't have said anything.
Oh, my God.
No. I mean, I'm kind of with Tommy on this. I don't even care if you don't like it. Like, you should have just shut up.
No.
He should have just said great.
No.
Yeah, it looks great. That's all
See,
you had to say.
It's short
You
and
don't
blunt.
say, like, I liked it better the other way.
I love this guy who sits across from me.
I'm telling you.
He wants to pretend like he's
I'm
some
battle
like,
scarred,
No,
man.
you are battle scarred. I'm looking at your face. The funny thing here is
What?
you've never shut up in your life. You don't have the capability to shut up. So you can sit here, not in a relationship situation, and be like, oh, just don't say anything. You don't have that in you, man.
I've gotten better with age.
My ass.
That too.
Yeah?
Yes.
Wait, my ass wasn't good when I was a kid?
You think
What?
before you speak to the stink.
The stink?
Yeah, your ass.
Oh, I thought we were talking about wives again.
You just brought your ass up.
No, see, you just did it. If you would have kept your mouth shut, I wouldn't have gotten confused. 252 WCMF. I'm driving home with my wife the other day. It's just us in the car. She's looking in the mirror, looking at her makeup. She notices like 2 or 3 strands of gray hair, and she says, I think that maybe I'm going to go get these touched up, get rid of these grays. And I love my wife, and I don't want her to feel bad. And I go, listen, maybe you should just let it go.
And you in the crosshairs, baby.
And I said, every day that I wake up, you're more beautiful to me. And I mean that. When I say that, I somehow am more attracted to my wife every single day. And she pauses for a second. She asks me, just like this, are you into older women? And there was nothing I could say there, yes or no, where I wasn't going to get eaten alive.
See, I look at wives like they're U-boat commanders in those movies you used to watch. Remember? Like they'd be in there, and they're all crammed in there to look at that one periscope. They're just waiting for that one big stupid freighter to come by. Yeah, fire! Fire! And then they just sit there and they glee as it explodes and sinks to the bottom. That's your wife. That's all wives. They're U-boat commanders, man. They're greasy and they're tired, but they keep going, man.
Yeah,
They
hold
don't
on.
want to disappoint people.
Hold on one sec. The man who said keep your mouth shut. Hey, Nana, Tommy just
No.
said you're greasy.
She goes by Von Doctor. Von Doctor, U-boat. Take motherland.
252 WCMF. So, Kimmy, you would think that women would be
Yeah.
getting in here to, like,
Yeah, you would think like you want to hear from the ladies,
Yeah,
right?
and they would have the
No,
best advice to
no,
give.
No.
We have nothing but
today.
men sitting on hold.
Because
And
they're all beat up.
all of them are they have what you should have said.
Okay.
All right, 252 WCMF. Let's start with Steve. Hey, Steve, how are you, buddy?
Duffy.
Yo.
Unbelievable, bro. You sit there blabbing on about
We
how
blab.
you didn't have anything to say back to her when you were already on a cornball roll of
Cornball
you're
roll.
more beautiful every day.
It wasn't cornball,
wake
I
up
mean
with
it.
you. I think it's sweet. All right.
I can tell. Hey, stupid douchebag.
Majority of dudes are gonna think it's cornball,
Okay.
and she says what she says to you, and you think you're stuck, not being able to go either way. How do you not finish that up, putting her in the checkmate, and simply retort back, "I'm into you, baby."
Now that's cornball.
Oh, that horny
That's
talk?
cornball.
I think that's his point. You just stick with cornball.
No, you can't. I was being
Yeah.
sincere. That would have been insincere.
You never
Of
go
you-
to horny talk.
Horny talk?
Never do horny talk.
You
You don't want it.
totally flip it around by hitting her with that, because then what can she say?
Can I point out, Steve? I want to stop.
You
We
must have
had
had the same idea.
we had 4 other guys on hold that all just hung up. All of them are going to say, "I'm
Yeah.
into you," which lets me know it's a stupid call. If every other
Yeah.
guy believes that's the right move.
Oh my God! But you think you sat back and cracked your knuckles with "You're more beautiful every day that I wake up." Stop it.
Okay, Steve. Here's the problem.
Just
Stop
stop it.
Here's the.
Are you done?
Are you done? Are you done? No.
You're done.
Here's the problem, right? When I say sincerely that my wife is more beautiful to me every day, you can't prove I don't believe that, right? Like nobody can prove I don't believe
No,
that.
that's true.
I am innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah.
However, Steve, if I were to look at my wife and be like, "I'm into you, baby," you think my wife believes that I am not attracted to any other woman on this planet, that I don't look at other women every once in a while and go, "Wow, that is a beautiful woman"? It's a lie. It's a stupid thing to say, Steve.
I don't agree.
Okay,
You're
Steve.
so hot, I don't even care if you had a head. You could be headless, I do you.
Yeah, what Tommy said.
Steve, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I love how guys think they're so smart. They're so smart. Let me tell you what you do. Lie to her face.
Yes.
Idiot. Stupid thing to say. All right, I have the solution.
Oh.
And I came up with this last
fantastic.
night. But it's going to take federal legislation.
Okay.
I think,
Right now, they're passing everything.
yeah, no kidding. I think that we should have a get out of conversation free card
Oh.
that are given to men federally every year. And I'm not
I would
even
like to opt out. Thank you.
yeah, I'm not even joking.
How many times can I use it?
Okay, so the government will assign you 2 get out of conversation free cards a year that you can sign.
Yeah.
You hand it to your spouse, and that ends the conversation that will only
Yeah,
get you
but
in
you're
further
saying
trouble.
more than you think you are by handing over that card.
You think so, but see, here's the thing. You don't know how bad it can get based on me panicking and saying something, and Tommy would agree with me.
Yeah,
And
but
it's
let's
backed
say
by the
she
federal
has,
government.
Yes,
let's
federal
say-
government.
Okay, but let's
Gold
say
standard.
It was a beautiful conversation. I don't know where it was going, but she was wrong, and I have nothing to worry about.
But let's say we'll stick with the hair thing. Let's say she goes and she gets her hair done,
Yep.
and she comes back and you it's not your thing.
Yeah.
She said, "How do you like my hair?" And you decide to hand over
Okay.
the get out of conversation free card. I think she knows how you feel about it.
No, see, here's the thing. This is why women don't understand what we're trying to say. Maybe that's why the ladies didn't call. I know I'm smart enough to say your hair looks great.
You are, but is everybody?
Most men are smart enough. I mean, your husband's an idiot, but most men are smart enough to say that. I mean, in a situation like I'm describing, where I did the right thing, I spoke
Yeah,
from my
yeah.
heart, and I got
I don't
stuck.
know.
Yeah,
I think
you got punished for it.
Yes,
the
thank you.
not saying anything could also hurt you too.
But no,
I guess
that
is
was
my
Tommy's
point.
advice. Tommy's
Yeah.
advice was don't say anything.
No, just that's
Yep.
great.
Uh-huh.
Fantastic.
Yep. Are you done?
Just don't give them anything that like grab onto.
No, like the reason you need these federal get out of conversation free cards, right? Because it's never just an argument in the moment. When it comes to insecurities, and we're all guilty of this, man or women, it lingers and it's going to come up down the road. And that discussion will be the foundation, the concrete for 3 more arguments
Oh, yeah.
minimum over the next 9 months.
Yeah, or a destroyed weekend.
Right? And if you said something you didn't mean or it came out wrong, now I'm sitting here staring at a cobra ready to strike. The only out would be the federal government card that we're all assigned. Tell me why that's not a great idea.
I like it.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you this, Kimmy. As we are getting no help from any women, and every dude had the advice of, "I'm into you, baby.
Let's do it.
Hey, you want to bang?" Is there something, a universal thing, that every man can say to his wife or girlfriend that will get them to change the subject? and I'm serious when I ask
That'll
that question.
get them to change the subject. So you're not responding to what she says. You're deflecting.
Exactly. Well, okay, look. In this case, my kid was the diversion, and I lucked out.
Yeah.
Claire calling my phone saved my ass on the gray hair conversation. But if Claire did not call my phone, what can any man say in any conversation to, bang, we're going this way now?
I don't think there's a universal thing.
Help us out, Kimmy!
Because it's going to depend situation by situation. Some conversations are going to be more serious
gonna cost
than
you.
others.
You're gonna have to throw money at it. It's the only thing I could think of.
Bro, how am I going to throw money at something?
That's why you got nothing. Like you would have to like offer up some phenomenal thing. That, oh my God, really?
By the way, I love how guy who goes to keep your mouth shut believes all women can be bought via their emotions.
Every woman can be bought. Every woman's on the take.
Your wife can be bought?
There, she's on the take. I know she's on the take.
What are you talking
They're
about?
all on the take.
If she could
They
be
are-
bought, she would be
women
married
are
to your...
born on the take.
Bro, you have no money
I know.
or talent or personality.
You're taking up space in her house.
Yes, you're like a folding table that
I'm
breathes.
suave, baby.
You're not suave.
Suave.
Bro,
Look at these shoes.
if your wife could be bought, any other man that lives within the walls of Pittsburgh, she would be married.
I mean, it was counterfeit money, but
Okay. There has to be something, a universal
you
diversion.
think you think this ain't gonna cost you like coin?
No, bro. What guys have coin to throw at their wives?
That's
Most
why
of them-
most guys sink
Okay.
to the bottom.
So you're telling me if I would have said, yes, I'm into older women, and my wife looks at me and goes, oh, so I'm an old woman now. If I would have bought her something, it would have made it better?
I think it would have. I think it would have been a diversion.
My wife's not that dumb.
No, I'm not saying anybody's dumb.
Kind of saying she's
I'm just,
dumb.
I'm just saying.
Hey,
it's a-
look at this shiny thing.
Well, that's
Forget
what,
what I
you're,
said.
but that's what you're asking. You want a diversion.
I want a diversion,
That's what anything like that would be.
but I couldn't even do that in the moment. It's not like I'm going to have some expensive piece of jewelry or flowers
no,
in the
but
car.
just like an idea, like a vacation, a trip.
That's
something
not.
to
He
do.
doesn't want to do that though either. I think he'd rather take the loss than start talking about vacation plans.
Because you want to do everything on the chintz,
It's not about chintz. It's about
bro.
being.
You chintz, because you don't want to step up.
It's not about chintz. It's about being sincere with the mother of my children. How about that? How about that? Oh, you got nothing to say now because you don't deal in human emotion.
I feel emotion, like you sink in emotion.
That's not sinking is not an emotion.
It's like a sinking feeling. It would be an emotion.
Okay. 252 WCMF. We got folks waiting on hold. We got tweets coming in again. I'm driving with my wife on Sunday. It's just us in the car. She's in the front seat looking at her makeup in the mirror. She notices 2 or 3 gray hairs, and she says, I think I should go get these touched up, so I don't have gray hair. And from the bottom of my
All
heart,
right.
meaning this, I tell her, just let it go. Go gray. And I tell her, look, I every day I wake up, you are more beautiful to me. And
Every day.
I nailed it. I
Yeah.
thought I nailed it. My wife pauses for a second and then asks me, are you into older women? And there was nothing I could have said that would have made that better.
No.
Thank God my 12-year-old called us when that moment hit, so I was out. Elijah writes us on Twitter.
What was he saying?
Just ask the question in reverse or ask, do they think how they would feel? It's an easy out. Example, life goes, hey, babe, how do you like my hair, babe? You go, how do you like your hair? Do you think she did a good job on it? So essentially,
Throwing it back on her.
but how would I do that there? Do you think I'm into older women?
Yes.
Are you into older men?
Yeah. That extends the conversation.
Okay.
I don't like that.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Kevin. Hey, Kevin, how are you, buddy?
Good, you?
Yeah, I'm all right. What's going on?
You called the last guy stupid, but you think a card is going to shut her up?
Like a card from the federal government. Well, if it's law, she has to accept it, Kevin.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, it's been mandated from D.C.
yeah, I mean, you don't want to go to jail.
This is big time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Jesus Christ could sign it. You think that's going to shut her up?
I mean, what
You're
if...
making me uncomfortable with the shutter up.
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, a lot of shutting up. All right, Kevin. All right, let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this. You, in your infinite wisdom, because you sound like a man who's got everything figured out, what would you have said in that moment?
Say nothing.
Nailed it,
Shut your
Kevin.
mouth.
Nailed it, Kevin.
Keep
All right,
your-
so we're having...
keep your mouth shut.
All right, hold on. We're in mid-conversation. I've already said what I said. There's no taking back what I said. She asked, are you into older women? And I just refused to speak until we get home, which was like 10 minutes.
Wait,
What?
how long? I don't know nothing.
I know you don't know nothing. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Kevin. Kevin, are you married?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
yeah.
give your wife a kiss and tell her we're all sorry for what she has to deal with on a daily basis.
I tell her that every day.
Kevin takes the call. We'll take one more call.
You're stupid, but I don't have any advice.
Look, I am not. I agree. I am stupid.
Even Kim would start playing with her hair, going, "You're so pretty. You're so pretty."
Oh, you do the gorilla in the mist move?
Yeah.
Ooh, pulling bugs out of there? Bob's got the last word. Hey, Bob, how are you, buddy?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, man. What do you got?
Your first thing you should have done, you went to problem solving mode. You should have just said why, and then she would have maybe explained why. She was asking your advice rather than just jump in and say, "Oh, I love you the way you are."
Hit her with
Why?
a question.
No.
If she said this, that, or the other thing, you say, "Oh, okay." And if your wife comes home and she's already done something beautiful to her hair, she says, "What do you think?" Yeah, you should say, "I like it." She obviously did it for a reason, and she's not looking for you to tell her anything but, "I like it."
Okay, so Bob said the smartest thing we've heard.
Positive reinforcement.
It's not that. You missed it. That's how dumb you are.
You ask a follow-up question.
No, it's not that either.
Okay.
Oh, you dumb too.
The difference between men and women, the biggest difference between men and women is
Well,
what
the crank,
No, you idiot, is what Bob just hit on the head.
Balls.
Women will say things just to vent. And when we men hear that and we hear the problem,
You think you need to solve it.
exactly, and it's not malicious, but we have it in us, Tommy, just because of the way we were all raised, that if there was a problem,
Gotta
if
fix
there's
it.
a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook when my DJ
Yeah.
revolves it. But Bob's right. Like, every once in a while when our wives, girlfriends are talking, they don't want an
Yeah,
answer.
that's fair.
They just want to have us listen,
Yeah,
right?
So
we
what
don't,
do you
we don't
s-
want logic in the moment.
Yeah.
So you just say great.
Or just go, how do you, like Bob said, just turn it back on him. How do you feel about it? I mean, Bob, that was the smartest thing. I mean, it's a low bar, but that's the smartest thing anyone said all
sometimes
morning.
that's what it takes.
Trust me, after 42 years of marriage, you begin to learn things.
Wait, was one woman?
Yes.
Damn.
You
Yeah.
think he
That's
added
amazing.
it up?
But
Well,
that's
no.
amazing.
Well, he does, and it turns out
Okay,
he's got her
all
chained
right.
in the basement, so it's not as great as it sounds.
I mean, I'm always impressed when I see people that can stay together for 42
Oh, you're
years.
going to get romantic
I
now? Oh, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Oh, let's talk about perhaps when different marriage.
Aren't you blown away by that sometimes?
Yes, I am, only because I've known you. You're my example, and my dad, not great.
Yeah, you don't really.
Hey,
you don't know-
guys, you have a great day, and
Oh,
tell
Bob.
your wives and happy Valentine's Day.
All right, we'll do, Bob. Again, my favorite
All right,
part of this
everybody
show.
shut
Yeah.
up.
Caller gets bored with
He's
us.
trying to walk out of the room.
Well,
That'll do it.
all right, let's take a break. Love thy neighbor.
Yeah, it's in the Bible.
Yeah,
right?
it is. So
Or
we
in the commandments or something?
We should do that, yeah. And we've seen a lot of stories over the last 3 weeks where people are not loving their neighbors.
Yeah, what happened now?
Well, we're going to tell you a story that comes to us from Wayne County. It involves another elderly man and his neighbor. However, what is remarkable about this,
Yeah.
we shouldn't be seeing our neighbors because it's 20 degrees outside. So
Oh,
why?
yeah, that is true.
What the hell is going on in the world where we are seeing these stories over and
So
over
a
again?
scuffle?
Yeah, allegedly.
Winter scuffle.
We'll get
Quite
into
the
it.
scuffle.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see that. Something is happening in upstate New York.
What happened?
It's something not great. Maybe we're all stressed about something, but we've seen a bunch of these stories over the last couple of weeks. And what the hell has happened, Tommy,
Yeah.
to the idea of love thy neighbor?
Yeah, come on, people.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. This story comes to us from Wayne County.
What happened?
That's where we find a 72-year-old man who had an idea. According to authorities, this whole scene started when this 72-year-old man
Yeah.
went outside and poured water on the steps where he lives on Sunday. Kimmy, he had to be trying to melt icy steps.
That was my guess when I first saw the story. He was
On
trying
his
to-
own home.
trying to make it be less slippery.
Yeah, so you say his own home. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that he lives in an apartment complex.
Yeah.
Completely different story.
Yep.
Because
Yeah.
a neighbor of his, according to police, angrily confronted him for pouring the hot water on the steps.
Yeah, I'm guessing in some way, shape, or form they share those steps.
Yep, that would make sense.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. If we remember our science classes correctly, pouring hot water out in freezing cold temps will actually make that water freeze faster
Yeah.
That's the
after.
opposite.
You got it. So now we have, Tommy, two neighbors in an uncomfortable, angry standoff.
Yep.
And this could go a couple of different ways. This one did not go well.
What happened?
According to police, the 72-year-old hot water pourer came up behind the man who confronted him and wrapped his arms around his neck, applying pressure.
Like a headlock?
Tried to choke him out, I guess, right?
All right.
Right? Gonna melt the stairs and choke this guy out. He's tapping. Let him go. Now, there's no word on any injuries for the man who was attacked, but the 72-year-old water pourer was arrested. He has a court date coming up. Let's have a chat.
All right.
This is like the fourth or fifth neighbor violence story
Yeah.
we've had in our area in like 2 weeks. And that is pretty remarkable considering the weather has been so bad
Yeah.
and we're not really outside.
Yeah, this is the time of year you don't see your neighbors.
You
Right.
hibernate.
There you go. Tommy, it feels like for whatever reason, tensions are very high amongst people who live around each other.
I ain't waiting to spring to choke you out. There ain't a neighbor born, and his mother's already in the grave. I said, I'll choke your head out.
But maybe it speaks to how annoying that neighbor is if they're still annoying you in the middle of winter.
Okay, Kimmy, like
You know what
you
I
can't
mean?
wait to. You can't wait for a thaw.
what one outstanding story that would make sense.
Yeah.
But for this to happen 4 or 5 times
Yeah.
in the last 2 weeks,
Yeah, that's a lot.
what the hell's going on? What is it? Is it what's going on with the country? What's going on with the world? Do people have less patience with each other? Do we now feel emboldened to put our hands on each other for some reason? Could it be as simple as being stir crazy?
A lot of that. Yeah, I mean, it could be a combo play, but I do remember. Remember I told you my neighbors got into a snow shovel fight
You're right. Yeah.
in the dead of winter, where the Webster cops had to come and break it up, and they were shovel to shovel.
Shovel to shovel.
Yes.
I'm standing there, shovel to shovel with it.
Bro, hey, it was the middle of the morning.
Event. What's happening? What is the theory? 252 WCMF 252-9263, where we have 4 or 5 stories in the last 2 weeks, just in our area, of neighbors trying to physically hurt each other when it's 20 degrees outside. But
Maybe it's because we're living longer.
is that what it is? Because
Well, think
you're
about it.
right. These have been older guys.
Think about this. Life expectancy is increasing.
Okay.
So maybe the crazy oldies that were once gone are now hanging out longer, and they're angry.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The angry ones used to go first. You're saying?
Well, I mean, guys didn't live long back in the day. Like a 65, 70-year-old guy, that was an old guy back in the day.
And even at 72 back in the day, if you did make it that long, you didn't have the strength to pour hot
No.
water and
Bro.
then try and choke
be
a guy
outside
out.
You were
doing
ancient.
stuff.
Yeah. Okay, that's an interesting theory. But then that would mean that all of us, if we end up getting to an age, are going to get to a point where we want to physically hurt somebody.
Well, I mean, not all of us, but a segment will turn bad.
Yeah.
Like anything.
Like a banana that's been there for a week.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Everything ripens differently.
252 WCMF, we're talking about this 72-year-old man who has been arrested after police say on Sunday morning he went outside what we're assuming is an apartment complex, poured hot water on the steps to what we assume is to melt ice. One of his neighbors, someone who shares the steps, got angry with him.
Yeah.
And they had an angry confrontation. The 72-year-old water pourer is accused of, when this man turned his back on him, wrapping his arms around this man's neck and applying pressure. He has been arrested. He's got a court date coming up. Tommy, what percentage of your neighbors do you get along with?
I mean, we don't have any real issues.
So you get along with 100% of your neighbors.
Well, I could say yes, but it's never been tested.
I see.
Because I don't talk, and my wife is nice.
All right, let me ask you this question.
But I don't know.
Let me back it up and put it in a different gear here.
I mean, I have opinions about them.
I got you. Could you ever see yourself getting into a physical altercation with someone? Not that you would throw a punch, but someone could get physical with you.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Maybe that's the problem. Because, you go, oh, no, and then you think about it for a second and go, oh, wait, yes. Maybe the folks getting attacked in these stories never see the violence coming.
Probably not.
They think they're just doing their thing, and maybe that's more infuriating to that other person.
Because nobody thinks they're wrong.
Because they're just so oblivious.
Well, I mean, there's a difference between being stubborn in your opinion and believing that this person could actually do something to physically harm you.
Yeah.
Because, like in this story, for example, if the allegations are true, the guy who upset the 72-year-old man that poured water on the stairs, story says he comes out and confronted the guy, and then he turned his back to him because the 72-year-old man, it said, from behind, wrapped his hands around his neck. If he were physically scared or believed that violence was a possibility, you're not going to turn your back to that guy.
No, you're not.
So maybe we've seen more of these attacks because these people that are out there having these arguments don't see violence as a potential outcome.
Yeah. I mean, you would think like at 72 you should be above this.
Okay.
So why am I worried about it?
Okay. I mean, I love how torn you are on this story because you're not a violent person.
No.
But you also love to see stories where old men get violent.
I love a good choke out.
Well, because here's the thing, Tommy would also be rooting on that guy. He's like, yeah, stop pouring water on the steps.
Yeah, why are you doing that?
And he'd be cheering for the oldest guy in the group, right? Yeah, I identify with you, and I'm small and weak, but you choked that man out. Take his oxygen away. I mean, the solution, obviously, here, with all of these stories you've had in the last 2 weeks, is to just mind your own business.
Yeah, and pump the brakes, man.
I mean, okay,
well,
pump the brakes is tough. Minding your own business is easier.
Well, that's the way you should go.
I think minding your own business is great in theory until whatever they're doing is directly affecting you. I think then it does put a little bit more pressure on the situation.
Okay. I mean, you're not wrong, but at the same time...
Because if you want it to stop, there's only one... I mean, you got to do something, even if you're not confronting that person or if you're, calling the cops in certain situations.
All right, let me put it this way.
Right.
Before you confront someone you live around, right, ask yourself, is this confrontation worth being hit in the head with a shovel, being choked out by this guy, having someone pull a knife on you, which is something we saw last week when we had a discussion about a neighbor, right? Like, is what I am willing to stand up for worth the potential for physical violence? And if the answer is no...
And it should always be no.
Always no.
No.
Stay in your house.
Yes, just don't say anything
or just
about
let it go. Just ignore it. I mean, the best thing to do is just ignore it.
Well, I mean, but to Kimmy's point in this case, if I got to use these stairs and now they're rock solid frozen.
Or somebody could get really hurt here.
I mean,
and you don't do anything, it might feel like, oh, am I also responsible for somebody else slipping on these stairs?
Well, I mean, you would think the 72-year-old would be the one most concerned. Did he not go to science classes?
Probably. Well, science was different back
Unless
then.
he was doing it on purpose.
To make them icier?
Well, that's what I was thinking. He was hoping the other guy would slip on him.
Oh.
Like he knows like when he goes to work or something.
Okay.
I thought it was like
that makes
vicious, like he
worse.
was, split his head open.
Yeah, but okay, but then why would that guy turn his back to him? Never turn your back to an angry 72-year-old man.
With a hot water.
I'm not exactly sure what the definition of irony is, but what I think the ultimate irony of this story.
What's that?
Tommy, folks seem to be very afraid right now of becoming victims of violent crime.
Oh, sure.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
And that's despite the fact that violent crime, again,
low.
it's the safest time to live in this country ever. But studies do show if you are going to be the victim of a violent crime, chances are way higher, that the person who attacks you is someone you know than a stranger.
You're familiar with them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So with that knowledge, if you are concerned about being the victim of a violent crime, do not confront someone you know.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if the fear actually is, I don't want to be attacked by someone and I'm scared of crime, the easiest way to almost guarantee you won't be a victim is to not get in the face of someone you know.
Yeah.
Fair statement?
True.
Right? No.
But they look friendly. And,
okay. Now you don't look friendly when he's pouring hot water. And, he signed a contract with Bellator. You don't know what that is.
What the hell is Bellator?
Kimmy, you want to help him out?
It's like the
minor league MMA.
Yeah, minor league is a good way to put
MMA.
it. MMA.
Sorry.
It's like
You're
UFC.
not quite there yet.
Yeah, it's like UFC, but that guy's ear looks really weird for some reason. All right, let's take a break. Let's go from a story of conflict to a story of happiness.
Oh, nice.
Because, look, man, I know we talk a lot about Josh Allen. I know
Yeah.
if you're watching the live stream, you see him cocking back to throw a pass over Tommy's shoulder. But the man just keeps doing amazing things.
Wow.
Because if you watched his MVP acceptance speech,
Yeah.
he thanked a whole bunch of people. But there was one man he thanked by name that nobody knew.
Until now.
Kimmy, they went and found this man.
Yeah, they did.
And
It's only a matter of time.
this story, Kimmy, is a prime example of how people feel when they are acknowledged by the people they work with.
Oh.
Right? When you are sincerely given a, you're doing a great job.
Yeah.
Shout out.
How that can change
Yeah.
how you feel about yourself, how you feel about going into work.
Gotta be amazing.
I mean,
What a lift.
listen to this man.
Okay.
And we'll do it next here in the break room. Let's see about. Tommy, we could debate all day
Okay.
about what motivates people to get up and go to work.
Yeah.
I mean, money does it. Potential for upward mobility does it.
Oh, you got to get mobile.
But I think this story is proof that for a lot of people, simple, sincere recognition is what would matter the most.
It's like a pat on the back.
I mean, Tommy, like this meant everything to him, Kimmy. Everything to him.
Well, especially who it came from.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, I think we're getting a little hate.
Yeah, but hate mail of the week. But this woman is all on your side. No hate towards you, buddy.
Good.
Because
Finally.
you had a situation where you did not tip somebody.
I tried.
Okay, we'll recap the story.
Couldn't give it away.
We'll recap the story. And she goes, Kimmy and I lighten you up that day. We were wrong.
Yeah, my money's no good here.
In fact, she goes even further. You didn't go far enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because why tip anybody ever?
Wait.
She's on your team, and
Hello.
she'll make her case. Tommy and
Go
this
down.
woman all together again on a pirate ship next. It's after 8 o'clock. Hate mail of the week. So, this past weekend, awesome watching the Chiefs get their ass kicked. But for Bills fans, watching Josh Allen win that MVP was wonderful. And he got up and he gave a from-the-heart, beautiful speech thanking everybody he absolutely could from the stage on national television. And if you missed any part of it, I think this was the one that made people giggle the most.
We got such a great locker room in Buffalo, and it takes everybody from the equipment staff to the training room to the strength staff to Slick Rick in the mail room to the cafeteria upstairs. Like it truly takes everybody to have team success, and I'm so fortunate to be a part of a great organization.
Okay, so that was awesome. Because it shows what a down-to-earth person Josh Allen is.
Yeah.
I think he even said afterwards, he's like, there were people I forgot to thank.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he name drops Slick Rick in the mailroom.
That one stood out. to
You
people.
got it, yes. Well, Matt Beauvais from WKBW in Buffalo tracked down mailroom aficionado Slick Rick.
Okay.
And he did an interview with him. Now, Slick Rick looks to be in his 50s.
Yeah, I guess.
Big Rick James fan.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's from Buffalo. And it looks like he's worked for the franchise for a while now.
Yeah.
I didn't know mailrooms were still a thing.
Well, yeah, you're getting all kinds
Especially
of
in
things.
an organization that big.
Think about all the
Yeah.
equipment that comes in.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So they sit down with Slick Rick, and they ask him about Josh name-dropping him on stage at the NFL Honors. And this is what Slick Rick in the mailroom, had to say.
I said, if Josh doesn't get MVP, I'm going to cry. I said, I'm going to cry because he deserves it. I mean, he's that important to our team. So basically, when I was watching the awards, when he went on stage, everything, I was happy that he had won it, and it went from joyful to crying because when he mentioned my name, I just broke down. I broke down because I'm just an average person. I mean, but when he mentioned my name, it was like, oh my God, he just mentioned my name on national television, So it was like, I was just crying. I was crying. Then I started getting phone calls from friends, and I was crying on the phone to them. It's still like a dream.
Oh my God.
We have to
How does
protect.
that not warm your heart?
Oh my!
It does.
I have goosebumps.
Yeah.
We must protect Slick Rick at all
Yes.
costs. How do you not love that man? How do you not love this situation?
Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
How do you
Great.
not hear in his voice what it meant for a guy that goes to work every day
Yeah.
to have that kind of moment
Yeah.
for the world to see? I mean, that guy did like 10 interviews yesterday with a whole bunch of different media.
Yeah.
And in every one that I saw, every time he mentioned it, he kept breaking
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
Got choked up.
Yes. I
It's
mean,
like giving him $1 million.
there was another interview that he did where he talked about his son was watching it upstairs, and his son runs downstairs and is like, and he's like, and they're both crying. I mean, how do you not love this team right now?
Well, you can never fire that guy.
Well,
He's got a job for life now.
It seemed like he was gonna anyways.
That's a great point.
Like they could clean house,
Yeah.
right? Slick Rick has a job forever.
I do
They
what I
gotta
wonder.
have Slick Rick Day at the game.
Slick
Bring out
Day.
Slick Rick.
Come on, man.
Yeah, put him on the sideline. Give him a jersey. Slick Rick
I
on the
let him
bench.
lead the charge. man.
Yes, I'm cheering. I cheer for Slick Rick leaving the charge.
Everybody would.
All right, so Kimmy,
Yeah.
we've talked all season about how close this team looked from afar.
Yeah.
How they all loved each other.
Yeah.
And you have a guy worth $250 million that went out of his way to mention Slick Rick in the mailroom on national television.
I mean, how many guys would get up there and thank the cafeteria at their organization?
Well, we do know how he feels about the turkey burgers at Fisher.
That's what I
Yes.
mean. Like he has. I will to Josh's credit. Like there have been multiple times throughout his career where he has mentioned people that you don't even think of when it comes to team success. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like just stuff that affects his everyday life.
And like you and I are very cynical people, Tommy, right? Like there's a lot of times where I see folks do this, and I just think they're doing it because they want to look good.
Yeah.
And I understand that I am biased because I love this team and Josh Allen.
Well, whether or not he means it, he sounds like he does.
But he does it so much.
But
And
nobody
he-
else does it. Nobody else does this. I've never heard anybody mention it. I didn't know they had a mailroom.
Well, there you go. Now you know.
Yeah, I know.
Now you know. You can
Yeah.
send
learning
Slick
so
Rick a
much.
letter. It's going to
Yeah.
get right to him.
Look at that.
Congratulations, Slick Rick. But like Josh Allen is having the greatest professional moment of his career.
He's having a ride.
In that moment,
Yeah.
on stage, accepting this award, the most valuable player in the NFL. This is who I want to thank.
But look at a little bit of kindness, how far it goes.
You're
Well,
not.
and I guess it's also the
Right?
I agree with that.
I agree with what I just said. A little bit of kindness goes a long way.
But it's
Think about it.
kindness.
Why are
but
you
it's,
saying it like that to me?
Just saying.
Shut up, ugly.
it's that, and it's also. I think Josh really does appreciate those things.
That's
You
what
know
I'm
I
saying.
mean? I don't
Comes
think
out
he's going
as
out of his way
sincere.
to like make Slick Rick's day. Like I think that genuinely came out of just his appreciation for everything that like people do in the organization. I also think in that moment it's got to be shocking because you don't realize that your job is having that kind of effect on somebody or
Good
what
call.
you do
Like
for
he
a
even
living.
notices you.
Yeah, or like not even that he doesn't notice you, but I wouldn't even think I have a hand in that success.
And
you
I
know?
think you hit on the head the most important part of the story that doesn't just come for Josh Allen or Slick Rick. Again, we're talking about this guy Slick Rick. He was name dropped in Josh Allen's acceptance speech when he got his MVP. Again, this was Slick Rick talking to Matt Bove from WKBW in Buffalo yesterday about when he was watching this live.
I was mentioning, I said, if Josh doesn't get MVP, I'm going to cry. I said, I'm going to cry because he deserves it. I mean, he's that important to our team. So basically, when I was watching the awards, when he went on stage, everything, I was happy that he had won it. And it went from joyful to crying because when he mentioned my name, I just broke down. I broke down because I'm just an average person. I mean, but when he mentioned my name, it was like, oh my God, he just mentioned my name on national television, So it was like, I was just crying. I was crying. Then I started getting phone calls from friends, and I was crying on the phone to them. It's still like a dream.
So Matthew writes us on Instagram proposing a Slick Rick bobblehead day at the stadium.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I saw the bobblehead. Did you see the other one we got?
No, what do you got?
People proposing that they add Slick Rick into next year's Little People lineup.
Oh, I would love the little people Slick
Oh,
Rick.
those bobblehead
Yeah,
things?
the
Those little Weeble
toy.
things,
Yeah,
yeah.
the Weeble. It's not a Weeble.
Well,
Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. Little
They
people
don't.
fall down.
Okay.
But going back to Kimmy's point
Yeah.
about, realizing you have an effect on this person that you don't at work. It goes to show you, this story, how much it matters when people at your job sincerely appreciate what you do.
Right.
And I know that Josh Allen isn't this guy's boss, right? But he is the face of the franchise. This wasn't some printed Christmas card from your management team
Yeah.
that you get every year. This wasn't some email sent company-wide telling you it's everybody's birthday this month, so check it out. Like, it's legitimate appreciation from a man who did not have to do this. And it moved him to tears. And when it comes to what motivates you to go to work,
Yeah.
money plays a big part.
Oh, yeah.
Like we said, upward mobilization plays a big part. But I think that the true, sincere appreciation from your coworkers and the people above you is the biggest motivator to come in every
It
day.
makes you feel like your job is, you're actually doing something at your job.
Yes.
Your job counts.
Yes.
It's relevant. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, like that. I know you nailed it. Because how many of us go to work every day and we feel irrelevant? We just
Yeah,
feel
you
like
to your point, you're here for the money.
Yeah.
And you're here to, do the same thing you do every day. You don't really realize what kind of part you play.
you're a cog in a machine,
Yeah.
right? And you're a cog that can be replaced, right? So for this guy at that age to have this moment of like, I'm not just a guy.
Yeah. And it's basically, he's saying, like, all these people matter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I
They
mean,
all help.
Look, man, if you're a boss listening to this show right now, this is prime example of you going in and sincerely telling everyone that works for you why they matter to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Legit. Or have Josh Allen do it. That would probably be better.
Oh, that'd be
Oh, yeah.
nice.
All right, let's take a break. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. You know what that means.
It's time to hate.
You made an impassioned plea, or excuse me, impassioned argument as to why this horrible thing you did
Horrible.
was not horrible. It was horrible.
Try to give it away.
Horrible.
Kim, well, yeah, you don't want it?
And Kimmy and I lit you up for it. And we'll recap what Tommy told us on the air going through the coffee drive-through the other day. But one woman is here to side with you.
Yeah, she gets it.
She really gets it, man. She doesn't understand how anybody could disagree with you. In fact, she says you should take it farther.
Oh, I appreciate the value of things.
Good.
And
Yeah,
so does
you
she.
do. Yeah, no, she does. That's why she insists, and again, she's on your side here.
Good.
That we never tip anybody ever again for anything.
Team Tommy No Tips.
Yeah, no, Tommy No Tips. Next, email of the week here on CMF. Tommy, all you had to do
Yeah, what was that?
was part with $20.
For 2 cups of coffee.
3 cups of coffee.
One was a double shot on the side.
Is that not coffee? You sissy-ass bitch. I ain't got a double shot on the side. Look.
I like a little kick in the morning.
It would. Oh, really?
Yeah, I love a good kick.
Sign me up. That would have prevented the series of events that has led to this letter today.
Just hand her like $20.
Look.
What am I sending her to Hawaii?
Hawaii. There is a woman that wants to defend you.
All right.
Something you did.
Thank you.
At a coffee shop 2 weeks ago. And based on what she is writing to defend you,
Yeah.
I'm going to say this. I'm not sure this is someone you want on your team. It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. And 2 weeks ago, Tommy told us about an incident that happened at the Starbucks drive-thru.
Yeah.
Because he had texted Kimmy earlier in the morning asking if she wanted any coffee.
Yeah, so I was going to score her a cup because I needed one.
And here's the thing. We thought, wow, that's really nice. When it turns out you had a gift card that Kimmy, in fact, got you.
Hey, it's fine with me.
So it was a kickback.
Get my money
Wait.
back.
I didn't have to spend it.
You didn't spend anything.
Yes, I did.
No.
My birthday present. Christmas present.
My birthday
Jesus'
present.
birthday.
It's my birthday. Okay. So you paid with the gift card.
Yeah.
And then from there.
So I go, can you just put a tip on that? She goes, no, we can't put a tip on a gift card.
Okay.
So I go, can you just put a tip on my credit card? Because I know they could do that at a restaurant.
Sure.
And she goes, no.
Can't do that. Okay.
Can't do that.
All right.
So then I whip out a 20.
So you hold on.
You even like, pulled it tight. How about this, darling?
So you showed her the $20
So
bill.
I said, can you break a 20 for me? She goes, no, I cannot.
Okay.
So I said, I'm sorry, that's all I got. And I took my coffee and went home.
You drove
Oh, I
home.
went to work.
All right. And keep in mind, again, you didn't spend any money on the coffee.
Well, how about 3 different ways I try to tip this woman? No.
Okay.
What kind of business turns out cash?
You did not spend any money on the coffee.
No.
You used a gift card.
Yeah, my gift card that was given to me as for Christmas.
And you admitted, as for Christmas, and you admitted that the cost of those 3 coffees probably would have been around $20.
No, there was 13.
Okay. But I'm saying, like,
yeah.
okay, I mean, $20 wouldn't have put you out. You could have given her the $20.
Well, then I'm upside down. That defeats the gift card.
One
If I got
time.
to drop down 20, I'm out.
But you would have made her day. You would have made her day. You've been there. I've been there. Kimmy's been there. We've all had
Bro,
these jobs.
I'm not buying her pasty, tattooed ass a 3rd or 4th nose
Are you
ring.
taking shots because you didn't tip?
Go. I'll tell you what. I'll buy it. Go step in some sunshine.
Gonna insult you while I don't tip you.
So, as you are hearing now,
What?
this situation sparked a very passionate debate in the room. And you, Tommy, have dug your heels in and insisted you should not have given her $20.
And I always tip. I'm a tip guy.
Except now. Except this story.
So when you won't take it.
Okay. Well, I got some good news and bad news.
Good.
The good news,
Good.
there is a woman who wrote us a letter saying you did the right thing.
Good.
The bad news, as she goes on, this may not be someone you want on your side.
Not so good.
Yeah. Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, defending Tommy in a way he will not want. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
Tommy is absolutely right to not give a $20 tip at Starbucks. He tried everything he could, and they were being rude, so they don't deserve it. I've stopped tipping for anything. Everywhere you go, people ask you for a tip for things we never tipped for before. Why do I have to give you extra money because you asked me for it? That's panhandling.
Oh.
If someone does that in the street, they can be arrested.
Yeah.
They do it on an iPad. I'm a jerk for not giving it to them. And new laws mean that servers and bartenders make enough money where you don't have to tip them anymore anyway.
Hit a tax.
I
Billionaire.
worked as a waitress when I was younger. I made $2.50 an hour. I needed the tips to survive. Now, these servers make 15 to 20. That's 10 times more.
10
and
times.
I need to tip 18% on my already inflated food bill.
No, thank
I
you.
refuse to do it. It's not illegal. And if more people like Tommy took a stand, we could eliminate tipping altogether and change this idea that we have to give our extra hard-earned money to a bunch of privileged, do-nothing, unskilled employees.
Oh, yeah, unskilled.
Sincerely, Patricia. Tommy leading the revolution.
Yeah, Tommy, put the
That's
hands
not
up.
what I'm saying.
Cheap Guevara.
I'm not saying chins out.
No. She said if more people would be like you and her, we could change this. Now that you took a stand and refused to tip, more people will stand with you and never tip ever again.
Not against tipping.
You and Patty, same team, wiping out tips for everyone. Tommy Muley inspired me to never tip ever again, writes Patty. And don't tip those unskilled workers.
I
is
didn't
how she
say
put it.
unskilled.
No, but Patty, who's on your side, said unskilled
She's
workers.
skilled. She's got a skill.
What's a skill? Being pale, because I heard that a second
She's
ago.
a barista.
Fourth nose ring. I heard that a second ago. Wow, what happened all of a sudden? You backing up? Is that a booping I hear? Boop, boop, boop. Okay. Tipping has become such a hot button issue in the last 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the two major events that Patricia brings up that now have people trying to get out of it. Now, I think the first thing that she mentions is a valid discussion to have.
Which is?
You are being asked to tip for things you were never asked to tip for in the past.
Yes.
Right? It's not just a bar or pizza delivery or the waiter at a restaurant.
Yeah.
If you
Any counter service now has a tip cup or jar.
Yeah. And here's the thing. There's a new rule. If you are going to pay on an iPad, they are going to ask you for a tip.
Well, you have to pick something before you can do anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You go ahead and put no thank you. Well, they stare you right in your face.
Pass.
Skip.
Yeah.
But why? I don't know why there's such blowback for that. Like, I mean, Kimmy, do you tip at those places that ask for a tip?
I usually do.
Okay.
I just, I don't want to be the person that doesn't.
Okay.
You know?
Tommy, do you tip at those places?
Yeah.
Oh, all of a sudden you tip.
I tip.
What happened to the leader of the revolution? He got soft. That's what happens. Counting money all his life.
I get overthrown.
I mean, look, I'm with you. I do feel obligated.
Yeah.
And it's always just like it's a buck or two. And in reality, if you don't tip in that spot, what are you going to do with the money you didn't spend? Right? Like, you're not.
And that's how I look at it too. Is with the places that you maybe wouldn't tip a couple years ago. In the grand scheme of things, how much extra are you really paying?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not Warren Buffett. I'm not going to put it somewhere with compound interest. Like, I'm just going to spend it on something else.
I don't even know how that works.
I don't either.
Yeah.
If you could tell me how to do it, that'd be great. But the really problematic take from Patricia here.
What is that?
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It's weird, Kimmy. He was all excited and all.
Well, I didn't know she was going to go all
up
scorched earth.
Well, no, you got quiet all the time.
Scorched
Yeah,
tip.
I'll tell you this, and I'll tell you that. And tattoos and nose rings and pale skin. The problematic take from Patricia, quote, new laws mean that servers and bartenders make enough money where you don't have to tip them anymore. I worked as a waitress when I was younger. I made $2.50 an hour. I needed the tips to survive. Now, these servers make $15 to $20 an hour. That's 10 times more.
Yeah, when she was working, gas was 29 cents a gallon, and we had eggs.
Does she not know?
Eggs all over.
Thank you. Does she not know how inflation works?
does
Like, I'm
not.
asking a serious
But
question.
I will tell you, man, I had I had an aunt from lived in Auburn, and she was in the service industry her whole life, and busted her ass whole life. Had like 7, 9 kids. I don't know how many cousins.
7, 9 kids.
Seven,
But
nine.
I don't know
Some
how many.
cousins I met her-
I don't know how many. I knew it wasn't 8. That's what I could tell you.
Yeah. And she went through a lot of eggs, and she would always low tip. And when my uncle Ron would they would go out, he would put a nice tip down, right? She would double back and take some of the money off the table. And she was in the industry.
So not only was she low tip, but she would remove tip.
Right. She was Queen Chintz. And it used to drive my Uncle Ron crazy.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
So here's the thing. Having jobs like that in my
But
past.
you think she would appreciate how hard
Right.
they busted their ass?
I mean, I have seen people that have worked in the industry be more critical of the service,
Right.
but they're still usually decent tippers. Like, they'll never short somebody.
No, it wasn't until, Tommy, you told me that story, and Kimmy, you brought that up a couple of years ago when we
Yeah.
had this discussion. I assumed anybody that has ever worked as a bartender or a waiter
Yeah.
or waitress always over tipped.
I think sometimes they're harder.
But
on
you know
those
how
people.
hard the job
Right,
is.
but they
Yeah.
always go, well,
yeah,
I did
wouldn't
it
do
better.
that. Yeah.
Like, okay, listen, like, for example, just to put into perspective how bad this woman's take is, that she made $2.50 an hour, and now they make $15
Yeah.
to $20. $15 to $20 an hour is not a lot of money.
No, you ain't
Right.
living large.
For example, if you make $15 an hour and you work 40 hours a week and you never take any time off all year, before taxes, you are pulling down a cool $31,000 a year.
Which puts you below the line.
The
right?
poverty line in Rochester is $30,900.
So you're a sea hair above poverty.
You're literally like $300 above the poverty line annually, not taking any day off that
Right.
isn't a 1 or 2 days a week you
Yeah.
get off, right? They don't need tips.
Well, I said, they're saying now, because I think I was telling Kimmy this off air one day. So they were pushing this thing during the election is we're not going to tax your tip.
Yeah, no tip tax.
Right. Which sounds like great. But then I was figuring it's not going to work in your favor.
Why is that?
Well, why am I giving you all this tip if you're not paying a tax on it?
Oh, that's a good call.
So, like, you're going to get the same amount of tip.
Yeah.
Because people are going, well, I got to pay taxes on all my money. Why am I giving you money and you don't even pay the
I
tax
think
on it?
people will overall spend.
Oh, they'll drop
less
it down to
on
like 5-10% tip.
But it's the same argument that showed up when servers got that minimum wage raise, right? It's the argument she's making here. It almost feels like, Tommy, that there are lots of people who are just looking for a reason not to tip.
To chintz out.
Yeah, like whether it's her saying that these people didn't earn it and it's not, or you waving a $20 bill in front of a woman's face and then
I'm not
driving away.
driving tips up. Tips should be 20%.
Okay.
But dropping $20 on 3 cups of coffee. That's
Coffee.
I love how you're still going to make your argument. Even after hearing what this
And
woman
arguing
said.
against yourself.
You
all
are.
things in moderation.
All three. Okay, go ahead, Kimmy. I'm sorry.
Aren't you more likely, though, if this is someplace that you're going to go often or every day?
And I do. Not often.
I do feel like even if I didn't want to spend that much, I'm just rounding up because I'm gonna have to see this person. A lot of times you're on like a first name basis with
Oh, if I'm doing
people that
I'm
you
definitely-
see every day.
I would say this: if this was the Wegmans coffee bar, where I'm tight with those people, I would definitely have dropped that 20.
That is not.
I think-
hold on. That's not the brag he thinks it is. What
I
you're
know.
saying is you'll only do it if it benefits you.
Well, they know me. We have a rapport.
No, you just don't want to be embarrassed.
I also know the woman that works there. I see her all the time.
You
Because
just-
I get a lot of coffee there.
You just don't want to be embarrassed.
Right.
Because you think you're never going to see
Well,
this.
that's why you tip anyway.
No, it's not. You tip because it's decent.
Decent and embarrassment kind of walk hand in hand.
But you were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Well, no, I mean that's what I was going to
Yeah,
say.
if I'm a regular-
It's amazing to me because I would think that would be your mentality if I feel like I know these people personally, they're part of my everyday routine. But there are some people that argue because I go there every day, I'm not going to spend
that's
it.
not
I'm
cool.
not going to tip it. I just don't know how you like look that person in the face and smile at them every day.
But let's talk about the embarrassment, because like with this woman, Patricia, who says we should stop tipping, period, and has Tommy leading the revolution for this based on what he did at the Starbucks in Pittsburgh last week. Who are you going out with that you could stiff on a tip, and that person is not going to either A, call you out on it, or B, stay silent and judge the hell out of you for it? Like, if you went out to lunch with somebody, you would both have to be on the same tipping plane. And even if you had some kind of moral issue, giving up more money, I don't want to be the one guy that's not leaving anything behind.
You short tip.
Because, again, like you said, you don't want people who work there to know.
You don't want to be short.
And I don't want the person I'm out with to see.
You don't want to be chintz.
Exactly. Like, if I'm on a date,
Oh, you have to tip.
I don't know. I mean, look, Patricia's not the only person like this in America. We hear these arguments all the time.
No, if I'm out on a date with somebody, I not only am I tipping, I want her to see the tip.
So you're bringing straight cash. You're not even putting it on
Oh
a
yeah.
card.
Oh, no, he wasn't
if you're
talking
on
about
a
money.
date, if you're on a date,
Yeah.
and you write your credit card,
Yes.
always pull the cash out and make sure she sees it.
No,
No, your
that's-
date.
It's a classless move.
No, it's not,
yes,
bro.
It is.
Well,
No
It's-
class will still get you ass. That rhymes.
So it has to be true. It's a classless move. You're like that dude I watched lay a $100 bill down on the bar. The woman would take
No, but you don't take it back.
I just wanted to show you how $100. Take it off this money card.
We did get a tweet from James. He says, by the way, sometimes companies take percentages of tips.
Is that still legal?
I don't know.
Can we Google
I
that?
thought we had somebody call before that they said they have to disperse it through with everybody. or
Okay, so
something.
that's different.
That's a
No,
Starbucks.
so that would be fine. What he
Yeah.
is referring to is the company taking a cut of your tips.
Oh, they
and
do. Oh, they take a cut.
Now, I know it's happened in the past. I thought that was wage theft, and I thought they just passed legislation in the last couple of years to
Yeah,
ensure
that's
that doesn't
okay.
happen.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong.
Okay.
Because, I don't know how you justify as a company
Yeah.
taking pieces of tips out of
Mm-hmm.
people's
So from what I'm seeing in the quick research, it seems like it is illegal for
Okay.
a company to keep tips
Yeah, it
earned by
should.
employees.
Okay.
But I don't know how that
Boss
works
man's
when it's
getting a
on
tip.
an iPad. Yeah.
No, I worked at a place that took a percentage of everybody's tips.
The boss man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sucks.
And they would argue it was like, oh, well, we pay for your, we have aprons that we pay to
Oh,
get
they
washed.
need to
and,
do
like-
your
No, exactly.
Sling your crap.
But I mean, it's the same kind of place that charges you for the uniform
Yeah.
on the first day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Like
know.
it's just nickel and dime. Look, bottom line is this.
That's it.
There is a social contract when we go out to eat,
Mm-hmm.
right? You are paying for the privilege of being served in that tip. And if you don't want to tip, God bless you.
Yeah.
That's fine. Stay home and make your own dinner. Right?
Hey, go home.
Right? No, I'm just saying, like,
No.
fine, I'm not going to tell you that you are wrong for having an opinion that I don't want to pay extra for the food. Fine. But then don't use the service.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like, back in the day, your mother making a long-distance phone call and be like, why am I paying for this? We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF at the Break Room Facebook page. Patricia, Hate Mail of the Week, writes us saying, Tommy is right. We should never tip anybody ever again. Rick writes us, she's only kind of right. I'll tip if an adult is serving me, but if it's some teenage kid getting $15 an hour, they'll get by just fine with that much money. They're doing the same work.
Yeah, you got to tip the kid. But he's going to short a kid.
It's a dick move.
What a dick move.
It's like stealing a baby's lollipop.
Oh, my God. Rick and Patricia.
That's a bigger dick, actually.
Wait, no, I still would argue the bigger dick is stiffing someone who has rent to pay. But you shouldn't stiff the kid either. They're doing the same
I
job.
couldn't stiff a kid.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Justin. Hey, Justin, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you guys today?
Great, Justin. How are you?
Good. I took a girl out on a date once. We went out to dinner, decent restaurant. Leave a 22% tip, something like that, if I remember right.
All right.
She picks up money, that much tip, sticks it in her pocket.
Wait, your date did this?
Well,
Yeah,
that makes sense. She was a prostitute.
Date number one.
So what did you do, Justin? Justin, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
What did you do when she took that money off the table and put it in her pocket?
I took her home and never took her out on a date again.
All right.
I didn't get laid. I would have still tried for that coochie, man.
Yeah, because you're a piece of crap.
Listen, man, we're already out.
You're already out. I know you're a bad person,
I'm
but...
rock solid. Let's go, baby.
Okay. Justin, don't laugh at that. Thanks
Justin,
for the call,
you should
buddy.
have taken some tail.
I'm leaving, Justin.
No, you made a good decision.
It's over. All right. Let's take a break. Please tip.
Glad we ended on that note.
And stay rock solid.
Well, look, good news.
What's the good news?
Well, it's tax season, which means you're going to be getting a return most likely.
Oh, yeah.
So
give
you,
me my money.
And you can tip all you want with
Yeah,
this big
throw it
old
around,
return thing.
baby.
All right, so you have the opportunity to get more money than you deserve.
Yeah.
Or entitled to.
Oh, really?
By simply lying on your taxes.
Okay.
And everybody fudges a little bit.
A little bit of fraud. Yeah.
A little bit of fraud.
A little tax
Just
fraud.
an appetizer of fraud. A scotch of fraud.
Hair of fraud.
But here's the thing. A little bit is a subjective term.
Yeah.
Because there is a man from our area.
How much?
Oh, he's convicted.
Oh.
And
Like jail time or payback?
all right, so we'll get to it.
All
I'll
right.
explain everything. But just because you are not cheating to this degree doesn't mean you won't get caught. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. tax time, baby.
Oh, yeah,
And
bend
it's-
over, buddy.
Well, that's just it. As much as people hate taxes, it is an exciting time because you're getting free money.
Yeah, that I gave you.
Okay, but you're getting it back, though.
Okay.
And how much you get back depends on what you put on your tax forms.
It is amazing that they leave it up to us.
Yeah. Especially knowing you as a human. Like, they
Right.
should have, like, read your first tax form, but, like, you know what? We're going to take care of this from now on. Because, there are some things you can do to bump up your return.
Sure.
But you run the risk of getting busted.
You get pinched.
Something one man from our area just found out the hard way.
How big of a pinch?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, a 62-year-old businessman from Rochester, has been convicted of filing a false tax return. Story on News 8
All right.
says from 2017 to 2021, he failed to deposit around 1,600 checks from new customers into the bank account for the business. He instead would take those checks to local check cashing businesses.
Oh, okay. And he kind of check cashed.
You got it.
But you usually pay a hell of a fee for that.
Sure, but
In the grand scheme of things, though.
no, I mean, you're right. You're not paying taxes on it. But when you find out the total of the checks, you ready for this?
She said 1,600 checks from customers.
1,600 checks over what looks to be 4 years. Authorities say he went to check cashing places and cashed over $1.7 million.
Damn.
He cashed almost $2 million worth of checks at check cashing places.
And put it in his pocket.
Yes. He went to like Chester's check cashing, to liquor stores.
Yeah.
God
damn.
And he didn't tell anybody. He didn't tell the business. He didn't tell the IRS. He was straight.
So how did he get caught?
Okay. So in total, not only was he busted doing that,
Yeah.
he also was having problems with his payroll tax, according to the authorities.
on. Oh, so the payroll tax tipped him off then?
I don't know how he got busted, but that may have something to do with
Because
it.
we used to know a lot of comedy clubs that went down because of payroll tax.
I love how you say a lot and not all of
Yeah,
the
all of
comedy
them, pretty
clubs.
much, yeah.
All right, so long story short, the government determined he failed to pay almost $400,000 in taxes. And because of that, he has been sentenced 2 years probation.
All right.
It seems kind of light.
Well, they wanted to get their money back.
Well, and that's just it.
Yeah.
He has to pay over $800,000 in restitution.
So that's got to be what he owes in penalty.
No, yeah. So it's
So
double
the
what
total.
it's double what he would have had to pay in
Right.
taxes in the first place.
If he would have just deposited the crap.
And he has to do 500 hours of community service.
That's a lot of hours.
That's a lot of trash pickup,
That's
buddy.
a long highway, bro. I started picking, ended up in Syracuse.
All right.
Yeah.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because, look, this is on everybody's mind now.
Oh,
as you're
sure.
getting your taxes ready. And if we're being honest, you are looking for any way to bump up that
Little
return.
over here, little over there.
You got it. How much risk are you willing to take on your tax return? Because everybody, Tommy, fudges a little bit,
Right,
right?
because you kind of, I got to estimate
Yeah.
how much I donated to Goodwill.
God, okay. But here's the thing.
What?
A little bit is a subjective turn. Because the fact is, anything wrong on that tax return, you can get in trouble for
It's
it.
fraud.
And it doesn't even matter if you weren't the one to make the mistake. We have heard stories of accountants making mistakes.
But it's still on your ass.
You got it. As soon as you sign the tax return, you're the one that does the time. Are people bold enough to put a couple extra $100, couple extra $1,000 in their pockets, knowing that if they get caught, it's going to be serious?
Well, people probably think I'm small potatoes. They're not looking for the little guy. What's $200? They're
Okay.
not coming out. They're not going to waste their time on me.
All right.
They're going to go after the big fish, right?
Let me put it this way. All right. So let's say I'm your accountant, Pat Duffy Accounting Company, and I'm doing your taxes. And I come to you, no wire or anything.
Yeah.
The fact that I said that should make you feel comfortable. And I go, Tommy, listen, I got your tax return in front of me, and you're getting $2,000 back.
All right.
But I can do a little something over here.
All right.
And all I'm going to say is a little something. I could get you $4,000 back.
Okay.
It's
But-
totally up to you. Nope, there's no but. I'm going to do a little something. I'm going to do a little something over here. It's 2 now, little something,
Little mystery something.
4. Tommy, you want me to do a little something?
How about if I bump it up a little bit more than that,
Whoa.
and I'll throw you 20%.
Wait, you want to
Wait,
create more fraud?
Yeah, but I'll give you a cut.
No, okay, again, did you not hear the whole thing that it's
Did you not
up?
hear me?
Okay.
But is,
I'll
but,
work with me, baby.
but part of it comes down to too, is that amount of money worth the risk?
Yeah, because they're not gonna pinch your.
No, that's
busted
not what I'm
ass.
arguing.
No risk.
Okay.
By the way, I like.
The
like,
risk is the same.
I want to know how much before I have to go to jail.
All right, so I have that information.
Because
all right?
we've known like famous people
Yeah.
that they like George Carlin was one of them,
Yep.
famous. He was, and the biggest one was Willie. Willie had to do albums to pay back restitution to the government. He called it the IRS tape.
But that's why he didn't go to jail, because he had the ability to make the money.
Right.
I'll give you another famous
so
guy.
I just want to know where the line is.
I want to give you another famous guy,
Who's
Wesley Snipes, the actor.
Oh yeah.
His career dried up. He did jail time for tax evasion.
But
How
No, I
much
think he
was
did like
it?
2 years. If I
Oh.
mean, you look, I might be wrong, but he did a significant amount of jail time. Okay,
Hmm.
you are right to think that I'm small potatoes.
Yeah.
So what if I get busted? And I know you hear the story of this man who allegedly was skirting $1.7 million in taxes and think, there's no way I get caught. Here's a fun fact. The most likely Americans to get busted or at least audited for tax fraud
Yeah.
are Americans that make between $50,000 and $250,000 a year.
That's everybody.
Yep. So I'll ask you
So
again.
they don't go after the fat cats?
Bro, you want to have this discussion? You want to have this discussion? I don't know. Does a guy standing in the White House next to the president have risk of being audited? I don't know. What do you think?
Oh.
Oh, he's going into the IRS right now. So I'll ask you again.
All right.
As your accountant, now that you know that you are most likely to be audited if you make between $50,000 and $250,000, I got $2,000 here. Do a little something. $4,000. You want me to do it?
I'm still taking the 4G.
You are an idiot.
Yeah.
What?
You are an idiot.
You're not.
What does
all
that
the-
do
all
for you, though?
they're not throwing you in the can. No, if you get caught, you pay it back with you got to throw them a few dollars.
No, but that's if you can afford it, man.
Well, I got $4,000. You
No.
know whatever I want.
They're taking that back.
I'm going to Applebee's.
What are you even gonna do with that extra couple thousand?
Spend it.
On
Whatever I want.
But that's the point. Like,
Yeah.
you could end up behind bars for a pair of brown and tan shoes.
Shh.
You get to, check out these Japanese socks I get to wear to the mess hall every day. 252, WCMF. A local businessman was convicted earlier this week of filing a false tax return. Authorities say. He cashed over $1.7 million from customers in checks at local check cashing places. Just put it right in his pocket, didn't tell anything about it. He also had some problems with payroll tax. Long story short, he has to pay $800,000 in restitution. He's been sentenced to 2 years probation, and he has to do 500 hours of community service. And we're talking about the risk that you are willing to take to get a little more money. And all of the warnings here, the fact that you, above anybody else, all of us listening, are most likely to be audited, the fact that anything that goes wrong on that tax return is your fault, you're still willing to take the
But
money.
think about it, man. Like, how, of all them taxes that come in, they're not going to catch everybody.
All right, well, Daniel writes us on Instagram.
Who's Daniel saying?
He says, I lost money in Robinhood. I believe that's an online trading site like stocks.
Oh, okay.
2 years ago and didn't report it. So they owed me money. So don't think they won't come after you for $200. I don't know what that means.
I have no idea what he's talking about. Wait, they owed him money?
I don't know. Oh, yeah, because they I don't know.
I have. Yeah.
You
That's
don't-
over her stupid ass tax heads.
All right, Kimmy, before I go to the phones here.
Yep.
All right, now I'm your account.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Let me do tax. Kimmy,
Yeah.
I got $2,000 on your return. Congratulations.
Yeah.
But I do a little something over here.
Mm-hmm.
See this? A little something.
Little dabble.
Make it 4. What do you
Yeah.
want me to do?
I am way too much of a rule follower. I am not taking
I
any
am
risk.
so good.
No,
I am
wish
such a good person.
I wish I would be like, yeah, do it, and I would have no fear, or I wouldn't live in fear or guilt. But I'm too scared. I'm just too scared.
You're
to
already
do it.
dressed for prison. Like, you could go to the ladies' joint right now. You're wearing stripes. That's prison garb.
Well, no, but Kimmy brings up a good point.
What?
You bring up the moral objection to it.
Yeah, like I mean, I would just
Cash.
think.
That's no soul.
Is it worth, even if you never got caught, I would just live in a world where I always think I'm going to get caught. Every
like-
time tax season comes back around again, I'd
For
be like,
2G.
am I going to get caught again?
They
Is
have-
this person going to do it again?
And they have 3 years to go back and look at old tax
I
returns.
thought
which
they
is
had
right.
10, actually.
Oh, maybe
I think
it
they have,
is.
I think they have a while.
I saw 3 last night anyway. But Kimmy brings up, and look, I appreciate your honesty saying, I don't want to do it because I'm afraid I'm going to get caught. And I always thought that was why the majority of Americans didn't do it. But there was a study done.
What do they say?
Did you know that 80% of Americans say they believe it's morally wrong to cheat on your taxes?
Of course they do.
Which means only 20% of Americans, based on moral standard, would even be capable of cheating.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that 80% of Americans do not fudge their taxes?
No. But that's what they want to say.
Okay.
But I like when they, well, that's a legitimate, those deductions, that was an estimation of what I thought.
252 WCMF. Now, we're having a discussion about finances, morality, and potential jail time. Dave wants to tell us the mistake this guy made in getting caught. He's on CMF. Hey, Dave, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. So what the guy did wrong is when you take your checks to a check cashing place, they run your Social Security number.
Oh.
He could have just took the checks to the bank they were written off of and cashed them. The bank doesn't ask you for your Social Security number.
Yeah, so from the bank that the check came from.
Over time, they still probably could have caught him or would have caught up to whatever he was doing, but they literally run your Social Security number when you cash it at a check cashing place. So I don't know why he would have went there. He could have just took it to the bank that it was written off of and cash it that way, and it comes to you as cash.
Less risk.
Yeah, well, Dave, let me ask you a question. Do you know financial stuff, or are you just pulling stuff out of your butt like we are?
Well, no, I own and operate my own business in Rochester.
No big deal. All right, but Dave,
he's a businessman.
No, and that's perfect
Not that
because
I commit fraud like this. I'm just saying.
No, but Dave, let me ask you a question. Because every once in a while, it says this guy was a businessman. He was working with other businesses. Tommy, there are some companies that will write you a check where on the top of it, it's just the name of the company.
Yeah.
How do I go to a bank and cash that?
So to be fair, okay, that one you have to just put it in your bank account.
Okay.
If you have a DBA, you have a DBA account. But there's been times where, so I travel up and down the East Coast doing work for KFC and Applebee's, and
Smells like chicken all the time.
Yeah. Well, what I do is there's times where I get there and I get a check from the store, and I'm obviously not home, so I can't deposit it. So I do have to go to a check cashing place or the bank it's drawn on. So I just go straight there and cash it right on the spot.
Sure. Well, Dave, thank you for filling us in and trying to teach other people how to commit fraud that are listening to the show.
You're welcome. Have a good morning.
All right, there goes Dave. We got Facebook messages coming in. Mike says, Duffy, don't do scare news. The odds of getting caught manipulating your tax returns are almost zero. I would like to stop and say
I think we all know somebody.
He says people do it all the time and nothing happens. And that's just it. Kimmy, you're right. The chance you get caught is small, but it's not almost zero. Seeing as how we have this story in front of us.
And you don't know who's been caught.
I know people that, their portions of their paycheck gets taken out
Garnished,
because they owe, yes.
Yeah. And not like the fun green garnish next to your coconut shrimp.
No, it ain't parsley,
No.
but it's green.
Can I also point out, Mike writes on Facebook, the odds of getting caught manipulating your tax returns. I mean, that's also called fraud.
Well, it's a fancier way.
I mean, no, it's not manipulating.
It's a manipulation.
It is fraud. And I'm not here to tell you not to do it. And I understand.
You do you.
Yeah, I understand people's bitch about, I got to pay this. The question is not whether or not you should pay the money.
Yeah.
The question is, are you willing to take the risk in getting more back?
How much balls you got.
No, that's not what I meant. Don't challenge people. Oh, you think you're a tough guy?
You gonna take that from Uncle Sam?
Commit tax fraud, you bitch. Let's take a break. There are two local guys who are going to be walking around with massive, expensive pieces of jewelry on their hand after Sunday.
After Sunday?
Well, this past Sunday.
Here?
Super Bowl champions, buddy.
That they live here?
Well, two local guys, two guys from Rochester.
They're on that play?
Okay, I will tell you.
Wow, I'm trying to figure out what you're saying.
I'm trying to tell you. They can keep asking questions. These are guys that grew up here. And they may not live here anymore.
Right.
But, I mean, everybody, there are people listening right now who will know these people. Maybe they grew up with them. They were
Pretty
friends
cool.
with them, right? And if you want to see that Super Bowl ring, try it on. You can just, text them, right?
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. I'll see you, Matt. 2 local guys done good.
Who are these guys?
Walking around with 2 big old pieces of jewelry soon, thanks to what happened on Sunday.
Damn.
And I know that there are going to be some people that grew up with these guys that are going to hear their names and go, God, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So you can shoot them a text, right?
Why not?
Well, let's hang out.
Mm-hmm.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 9 o'clock. For years and years and years, Rochester has had a reputation when it came to the bedroom. A bad one.
Yeah.
And people seem to believe that we had way more of this around here than anywhere else in America. In fact, one guy has told me on multiple occasions we had a special strain of something that was only in Rochester.
Yes. Yeah.
I've got some numbers in front of me that will finally dispel this myth that has
Put it
existed.
to rest.
Yes, Kimmy, for like 40 years.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll get to it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So it turns out that 2 local guys now will have Super Bowl rings thanks to the Eagles' win on Sunday.
Who are these champions?
One would be Clint Hurt. He is a Gates Chi graduate of 1996. He played ball at the U.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, he did. He was the Eagles' defensive line coach, so he's got himself a Super Bowl ring.
Damn.
The second gentleman is Dom Smolensky. He is a Pittsford Menden grad of 1985. He is the president of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Wait, the guy from here runs the Eagles?
If I read this correctly.
So that's like a couple of guys now that run major organizations from here, because the Bears, isn't that the GM from here?
Ryan Poles.
And the guy that did Vegas is from here. Vegas football team, who moved him from Oakland to...
From Orlando. Yeah, he
He's
got really
from here.
confused. He got on the wrong flight.
Well, that's why they fired him. But I think there's another guy that runs who was the president of the Raiders.
Oh, no kidding. I didn't know that.
Was from here.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, so apparently we're very smart when it comes to
Yeah.
football
Yeah.
operations. But this guy...
Hey, that's impressive.
He's been with the team president of the Eagles since 98 in different things. So this will actually be his second Super Bowl
So he's
ring.
got Dos Ringos.
Nice.
Yes. When
Ringos, Dos Ringos.
They did open up in Brazil, so yes, he has Dos Ringos. So here's the thing. I know there are people listening right now who heard the name Clint Hurt or heard the name Dom Smolensky and go, oh, my God, I know them.
Yeah.
I grew up with them. I haven't talked to those guys in forever.
Yeah, give him a shout.
Yes, maybe you want to reach out and say, hey, congratulations.
Yeah.
All
Is
of a sudden.
Kimmy, is it a classy move or a
I-
suspicious move?
I wouldn't do it.
Why not?
I mean, if it's somebody that you haven't talked to in a long time.
He's connected. Both of these guys are connected.
Yeah.
I mean, Smolensky more than Hurt. Now, Clint Hurt,
but
I
if
remember
you really cared, you would have been following them the whole way through. You would have been congratulating them from day one.
Yo, she's right.
It doesn't hurt to shoot a congratulations text if
Okay.
you have his number.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
I mean, you won't even need their text, by the way. There's social media.
Oh, true.
And that's the
Yeah.
other thing that sucks is if you have their phone number, you're right. That wouldn't be weird because I have your number.
Right.
If I reach out via Instagram, Facebook, Twitter,
Just message you.
yeah, it's a little bit weirder.
All right.
You have, let me ask you a question. All right, so let's say by some stroke of a miracle, you win some like national radio award.
Mhm.
And some radio guy that you haven't talked to in 15 years
Louise.
reaches out to you on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram to congratulate you. You're not suspicious of what that guy wants?
Well, I guess if I had like stuff, I'd be suspicious.
Oh, I'm not
like
even.
if you feel like they could benefit from something that you won.
Well, that's just it, though, Kimmy. Benefit is the key word there because you're right. Cash, you have no money. They can't get that from you. But they may think that now I'm going to network with Tommy because I can
I
get
want to be
something.
a part of your entourage.
Well, not even that. I mean, like,
All right, here's
these
what I'd be
guys do.
suspicious of. Let's say that guy reaches out to me and I know he's no longer in the business.
okay.
He may be looking for a way in. Like, hey, can you shoot a word upstairs? That's what I would be fearful of.
Okay.
Because we know some guys that just, they're gone.
Yeah, sure.
Not that they're dead, they're alive, but the radio careers are dead.
So
that would fear me.
okay, that would fear me?
Yes.
I am feared now.
I would be deep fear.
So, I mean, that's the reason why you would hesitate to reach out and say
Yeah.
congratulations. Because, like, I'll be honest with you, man. I remember, I grew up in Gates.
But you love this stuff. I mean, if you knew a guy that had these kind of connections, you too, like, you love to go to this stuff.
100%. And, like, I mean, I was very fortunate. Stevie Gianta,
Yeah.
buddy, he's Brian's younger brother. He had 300-something games in the show. Works with he's a scout for the Tampa Bay Lightning now. They won the Stanley Cup. Cup made a trip here. Not only did I get to go see the Cup, I got to try on one of his Stanley Cup rings. And it
Okay.
was, like, the coolest thing ever.
Sure, but that was a connection you had.
But he offered that to me. Like,
Right.
never
You
in
would
a...
have never gone out of your way to be like, hey, you want to meet up?
Yeah, can I see...
Can you also bring your stuff so I
Thank you.
can see it?
Like, even if I was in a room with him having talking, having a busted balls or whatever, and he's wearing the ring, I would never have the balls to be like, go try it out, please. Can I please try it? Because I don't want him to think I just like him for the stuff that he does.
What if you had that kind of connection?
Yeah.
And you took advantage of it, and then if I bring family with me too.
Well, that's just it. I brought my daughters to see the couples.
And didn't you bring your brother to the Bills where you trapped him in the back seat of the car when you went off?
Yeah, that did happen too. Yes, yeah. Look, I've gotten better. I've learned my lesson. What do you want?
Oh, yeah, my brother's here, too.
I will say this.
Yeah.
Brian has not let me try it on his Stanley Cup ring. So.
Well, he's really?
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
I've never even seen it.
Well, is it like sacred? Does he wear it?
I don't remember. He told us when he was on the air with us. I think he locks it somewhere. Did he give it to his parents? I can't remember.
Is it a dick thing to wear it out? Like normal, like you're just hanging out.
I think it is.
Like casually, yes, but I do think it's a thing where if you're going to a special event or something,
that I
you
get,
wear
but like
it.
you're just going out. You're Wegmans.
You're way better than I would wear that effing ring everywhere I went, man. Everywhere I went, all the time.
Right.
I would sleep in that thing.
Oh.
You wouldn't?
I wouldn't.
Yeah,
Who's got one?
yeah, but I mean, the fact that they gave me one, I'm flashing it because what a mistake you people made.
252 WCMF. Two guys who grew up here in Rochester. Clint Hurt, Gates Chili grad, class of '96, played football at the University of Miami. He is the Eagles D-line coach. He has got a Super Bowl ring. And team president of the Eagles, Dom Smolensky, he's a Pittsford Mendon grad of '85. He has got his second Super Bowl ring. He's been with the team since 1998 in different capacities. And we're talking about how long can you be away from someone where you can reach out and congratulate him without it looking suspicious. Well, here's the thing, too, and this is what makes me such an idiot. I do not know Clint Hurt personally. I think that we never even talked to him years ago. Never mind, somebody else.
All right.
But I grew up at Gates Chili,
right?
I went to Gates Chili up until my freshman year of high school. I remember what a big deal he was in town when I was a kid.
When he was playing.
Yeah, because I would have been 7, 8, 9, 10.
Now he's a coordinator now?
He's the defensive line coach for the Eagles. Like when he went to the University of Miami, I also loved the University of Miami because that's where Jim Kelly went to.
Well, that
was also like prime time. For that
my God!
You know
it was right before prime.
Was it prime?
Yes,
okay.
It was, but what I'm saying is, like, I feel a connection to Clint Hurt only because we grew up in the same town. I followed him, read about him in the paper.
Never met him.
Never met the guy once. Never had a conversation. I couldn't even tell you what the guy looks like right now. But I do feel like maybe I should reach out to him and be like, hey, man.
Connected.
Well, he's from the neighborhood.
Yeah, remember a couple Gates guys? Let me try your ring on. Let me see your ring. Let me touch it.
Yeah, I mean, it would be impressive to see those.
Right? You know, if anyone knows Clint, if his family's still hanging around,
Hanging around.
And he wants to,
looking for a Clint.
He wants to come in and show us his Super Bowl ring, and let us try it on, and maybe let us borrow it.
Yeah, the guy's got two.
Yeah, he does have two. They keep getting bigger too.
Yeah, they're starting to look ridiculous.
Okay, shut up.
They really do.
Shut up.
Because you can't even they make your hand look deformed when they're like claws.
To that point.
What?
Someone who has a Stanley Cup ring that I may have just talked about just texted me.
Oh, he's listening?
Yeah, he's a big fan of yours. No, I'm kidding. He's got taste. Listen, so when I got to try on this Tampa Bay Stanley Cup ring, it was the biggest thing I've ever seen. And
I mean, they look huge.
And the Giantas are small, so it took up his entire hand. It was huge, right?
Yeah, they're about the size of a shot
You didn't have
glass.
to throw that in there.
I did, actually.
The Giantas are small.
They're small people. No, but
harsh.
he just texted me and said, Brian's ring looks like a high school ring. Like from 2005.
So they were
simple.
simple.
You're saying they got bigger
They got gaudy.
every year.
It's like a 15, 18-year difference.
So everything got gaudy.
Are there different rings though for the for
staff versus players, I believe.
Staff versus players versus coaches, stuff
I
like
think the medals and stones are different depending on how far you go down the totem pole.
Because I thought they were a little,
less expensive.
Less expensive, less flashy.
I believe that the players get all authentic, like stones.
Well,
and
those
gold.
guys get them.
Yeah.
Because I told you, I met a guy who was in Iowa. He was a scout for the Yankees, in the Midwest, and he was at the club doing comedy. And he had a Yankees ring on. But I couldn't tell you if it was legit, if he was, you know what I mean? It looked legit, but back then I don't think they were that crazy. It just had the Yankee logo.
But I like those a lot just because the history, it looks cool. It's understated.
Yeah.
I will say this, and I'll stop telling stories, I promise. We'll move on because we got STDs to talk about. When my daughter had her brain surgery and we were staying at Strong, one of the doctors that was on the team that was taking care of her, his son worked for the business that was owned by the owner of the Washington Capitals. You with
Okay.
me?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it was a separate business that had nothing to do with hockey operations.
But they own the club.
You got it. The owner of the Capitals was so excited that they had won the Stanley Cup that he paid for rings for every employee of his other business. Now, it wasn't like the $50,000 ones.
But you still got a
lesser
ring. It's
version.
legit.
But it looked like the ones the players
it's
had.
legit.
Yes. It would. So
Damn.
this
Take
kid
it.
who was working as like an accountant in some business
Yeah.
has his name on a Stanley Cup ring that he gets to wear around. Bro, how do you not get laid every time you leave the house?
Well, it's a hockey ring. I
And you
mean,
would
some
also have
girls
to
may not be that excited.
You'd also have to explain that your connection to it.
Yeah, there is a long
I mean,
backstory.
that's a stretch.
Yeah.
It's
Or-
cool you
or
have
I
it,
lie.
but
Or I
don't-
lie.
Well, you could
yeah,
lie.
I guess.
Can I also point out, you are aware that Stevie is listening to the show.
No, hockey's a
and
great
you say
sport.
out loud, well, it is a hockey
No,
ring.
but I mean, there is a pecking order to excitement of sports in this country.
The Stanley Cup is the hardest trophy to win in professional sports.
If somebody wins it every year, how hard is it?
I'm saying you got to win potentially 28 games to get it.
Well, maybe don't
Or
start.
play 28 games.
Well, I mean, everybody makes the playoffs.
No, Sabres don't.
Well,
Yeah,
except the
not
Sabres.
true.
No, listen, it's a great sport.
Shut
I
up.
fully
Look at you.
support it.
Yeah, boop, boop, boop.
I didn't
And
call him small. You did.
we lost one of our 7 listeners. Thanks a lot, Dick. Let's take a break.
We can't hold the phone with his small hands.
He has tiny hands, like a hobbit. Itty bitty hands.
Are all hockey players kind of slight?
No, they vary in size.
Oh.
Yeah. No, that's what makes the Giannis.
It's the weirdest sport
No,
in
but they all
terms of
look
like
kind-
there's no specific body type for
But they
it.
look young and skinny, I guess.
Calm down over there, buddy.
What?
No, they're huge now.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh,
Go stand next to a professional hockey player now.
They're big guys?
Well, that's what was so weird.
Some are, yeah.
Is after Brian retired, Stevie actually got a couple more games in the NHL because it was 2 Gianta brothers in a trench coat at the same time. Because they're small is what I'm
Yeah, I
saying.
get it.
They're tiny people.
who's picking on him now?
I know him. You can't. Hey, we're cool, man.
I know
We're
him.
cool. We're cool. I can say all the mean things right to his face. Let's take a break. All right. We're finally going to put this rumor to bed. Finally.
It's not a rumor,
No,
bro.
it is a rumor because I have data.
It was documented.
It was not because you can't. That's the funniest part. Everybody who makes this argument you make goes, I go, yeah, where'd you hear it from? Oh.
It was around, bro.
It turns out that this place is not the minefield of sex
Of the itch.
that you might think it is. And we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see you, Beth. Rochester has a reputation.
Yeah, not a good one,
A
buddy.
bedroom reputation. A bad bedroom reputation.
Itchy burn.
And we've had it for a long time.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Kimmy, every time this comes up and someone wants to tell you all about it, they'll give you the same information. Information they cannot confirm.
No cure. They can't figure it out.
He's not even listening to
They
what I'm
heard
saying.
from-
right now.
heard you.
They
No.
heard from a guy who heard from a guy.
Exactly. Well, now we have something in front of us that will finally put this vicious rumor about lovemaking in the greater Rochester area to bed. And not in the kind of bed you want.
Yeah.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Tommy, we will jump right into it. I have in front of me a list.
Never bang a chick near Kodak Park.
Did you not? Is he not listening?
There's
No,
a
he's not.
strand of the itch.
I have in front of me, Kimmy, a list. It is the highest STD rates
Okay.
for the top 100 American cities.
Oh.
Now, to be clear, just so we all understand,
Percentages?
you got it.
Okay.
It's rates. So the bigger the population wouldn't have any effect
Yeah.
on these numbers,
Yeah.
right? And there's a reason we're talking about this before we get to the list. For decades,
Yeah.
there has been a rumor about Rochester, New York,
Yeah.
that we have STDs everywhere, that you can't lay down with anyone without getting some itch or bump or green thing hanging off your genitals. It's so bad
How bad was it?
that according to one very smart man I know, we have something that no one else has.
So we had a specific strain of gonorrhea that was unique to Rochester.
Rockeria.
I like it.
Do not drink that at Applebee's on a Friday. But it's only $5.
For a reason.
It's a one-man show now.
Rockeria. That is priceless.
Okay, now you have said multiple times on the air.
And I was told
Yeah.
this when I first came here.
Yes.
When we were doing
Oh, like
the old
they
show.
warned you ahead of time.
Oh, yeah. Like
Oh, yeah,
this-
well, you know it's past.
No, but, you know, when
And it
we were
still
talking
didn't stop him, by the way.
on the old show. And I believe we had.
No, hold on.
No, it was on the show. That
I know,
I
no.
heard.
I just want to say something before you do.
Go ahead.
You're not the only man that has told me this.
Oh, yeah.
I have
No,
heard this
I've
from
heard this
multiple
too.
older guys. Okay.
It's spread generations.
And you said, I believe.
What?
You said, I believe.
So if I remember correctly, we had a doctor on
Yes.
that also backed it up.
What was the doctor's name?
I don't want to say because if it was bad, I remember the guy's name and he's still around.
Okay.
And he's on TV. So not a lot, but he dealt with infectious diseases.
I see.
And he said
Sure, yeah.
that there was.
Well,
so
no.
then maybe he was buying a jive too.
Look, based on how well I know you listen, that is a rock solid argument.
I always listen to gonorrhea talk.
Okay.
I mean, you're talking to a guy who had a couple battles.
Look, you've probably heard this over and over again, too, if you grew up in Rochester.
Yeah,
but
you were spitting fire.
But when folks tell you this, they can't give you any information or cite a source where it came from. And not even you could sit here and say for sure
No.
it came out of that guy's mouth. So,
You had definitive research.
well, look, with all that being said, of the 100 biggest cities in America for STD rates,
Yeah.
right? Number one being the highest STD rates. Based on what you just told me, where does Rochester land in the top 100?
Well, you kind of showed your hand a little bit that I was wrong.
Give me a guess.
So of top 100,
Of the top 100, one being the highest STD rates.
are we 60?
60. You're going to guess 60.
Yeah.
Okay, Kimmy, you want to take a shot?
I'm gonna say let's go 80.
80.
Yeah, we
80.
low.
Nope,
80.
you guys split it right down the middle. We are 70
Okay.
on a list of 100. We are in the bottom 30% for STD rates in America. You have a better chance of picking up a sexually transmitted disease in 70% of the other major cities than you would here in Rochester.
So who's Skanky Town?
We'll get there. Don't let me down. Last year,
Yeah.
we had around 5,500 cases of chlamydia, 2,400 cases of gonorrhea, 375 cases of syphilis. That is
VD.
You got it. Now, that is 759 cases of STDs per 100,000 residents. And I want to be clear before we continue this conversation. Just because we are in the bottom 30% doesn't mean these don't still exist.
Oh, I understand.
They are still floating around. So it is important
Right,
to
right.
use protection, get tested, be safe. But with this
Wrap
information,
that rascal.
we can finally put to bed this decades-long rumor that we are in a dirty city of hoary people that are just trading one crotch itch for another.
Maybe.
Can I?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Sorry, Dr. Tommy would like to
No,
speak.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Could it be that? Don't forget, I heard this information 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Could have things changed over the 30 years where our rates have gone down and the other rates have gone up? So my gonorrhea rates were correct for the time of 1993.
Well, let me ask you a question.
93 gonorrhea.
Okay. Go ahead.
That's
Go
what
ahead.
gonorrhea was. Gonorrhea. That's American gonorrhea.
Let me ask you a question. What would have changed in our community where the rates would have
Well,
gone down?
because population changed. Because
No, because again, I said up front because I knew you were going to do this. It has nothing to do with the amount of population. This is rate per. So you think everybody that had gonorrhea left and went to Florida
or died
Well, no.
of gonorrhea?
I wonder.
You could die of gonorrhea. It can go to your brain.
No, that's syphilis.
Same thing.
Maybe you can die of gonorrhea. I don't know.
I wonder though if
Women
that
can choke on it.
information.
What?
I wonder if that information or that rumor
Yeah.
actually made our numbers go down.
Possible.
Because people got a little bit paranoid about it.
Backed
or they
off.
started testing more.
Don't give him any light here.
So the
no,
show
but
did
I'm
good.
saying whether or not it was
yeah,
true.
it scared people straight.
Like whether or not it was true, people like we all know about this rumor.
No,
so
this
maybe
not-
people
yeah.
got like a little bit more aware, I guess, through it. So
But Kimmy, if that was
and I would think like the more you test for it, the more those numbers go down only because it stops it in its track. It
Okay.
stops it from being passed on.
You
know
made
what
a
I
terrible
mean?
mistake
Oh.
because he was backing down. See, now look what you did.
Hold
now
on.
he goes, oh, hold on. Now I have another thing I
And
want
the
to say.
kids aren't banging now like they did 30.
Nationwide.
Yeah, but that would affect everybody. not just us.
Nationwide. So it would not bring our numbers down compared to other cities.
All right.
All right, so here's
But this
the thing.
is good, though.
Yes, it's great, and it means that you were wrong the whole time, stupid. You're just spreading rumors for no reason that you can't cite. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we have a list in front of us. The highest STD rates per major American cities. It's the top 100. And despite the fact that Tommy for years has yelled into a microphone, everybody's got an STD here. And we had a specific strategy, as Kimmy put it, rockeria
I love it, man.
here in Rochester. Rochester is in the bottom 30% of major American cities when it comes to STD rates. So there is one thing that isn't great
What's that?
in this list. We are, as Rochesterians, still higher than other cities around us.
Oh.
Now, New York City had the highest STD rate in New York.
Mhm.
They came in 20th. But
in the nation.
overall, yes.
All right.
But Rochester had higher STD rates than Buffalo, who came in 12 spots lower than us at 82. We were higher than Syracuse, who ranked 90th. And we were higher than Albany, who came in 95th.
Well, Albany screws everybody.
What a bunch of clowns. So nationally, we're doing great.
Okay, all right.
Regionally, not so much. And it is a little strange that upstate New York, compared to other parts of the world, country, take New York City out of it,
Yeah.
has such low STD
Okay.
rates.
Maybe-
Because, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Maybe less single people?
Is that what it is? We get married
I don't
young?
know. I'm wondering.
I always thought that colder places would have higher STD rates because
Based on you're bored, you got nothing else to do, you're inside.
you got
Yeah,
it
but
unless
you're out and about less. You maybe have less sexual partners overall.
25 years ago you can make that argument. Now I just got to get on an app. Someone will come over.
Yeah.
Maybe we're picking one
But
person
again,
to bang all
that
winter
could
long.
be everywhere.
All right.
I don't know.
A Heine hibernation, if you will. Hibernate. Nope, we'll go with the other one. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. I know you're jonesing to find out which cities.
Skanky Town.
We'll get there in a sec. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy. How are you, brother?
Yeah, we have our own strain here in Rochester. I also heard that there's a swastika at Oak Hill and that there's a swimming pool on the 13th floor of the Kodak Tower.
Oh, don't forget about all those high schools that had kitty litter boxes in the bathroom for the kids that dressed up
Are
like
they still doing
cats.
that?
No, they never happened, you idiot.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
What you were saying.
I mean, if you take just 30 seconds and think to yourself, you can't have a specific strain because there are people that come in and out of the city of Rochester. So they would carry it to other places. We're not isolated like the mosquitoes of World War II down in the subway. I mean, this is such a dumb argument. Why do we keep perpetuating these idiocies? I don't understand it.
Well, because Tommy's got a microphone. That's
It's called
why.
morning radio.
No, but you believed it, though, you idiot. Don't try
Why
playing up
would
like...
I believe it?
Well, because
I don't
of
know.
what he
Listen,
just said.
I don't know how it works. I know I got it twice.
I don't know how it works. I know I got it. You got it twice. You should know how it works.
Well, I know where I got it.
Yeah, you know better than anyone how it works, stupid. You could probably draw a diagram. I wasn't itching today or yesterday, but I am today.
It does
I mean,
burn.
you're the poster child for how this should work.
You look like a human STD. Tom
Put
Maria.
you on a poster. Nobody will ever have sex again. God.
Jeremy, great point, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate
Adios,
it.
dicks.
All right, there goes Jeremy.
So
Okay.
where the Skanky Town?
All right, so Rochester is 70th when it comes to STD rates.
Yeah.
Pretty good, right? Bottom 30%.
Yeah.
Would you like to guess, Tommy Muley, which American city has the highest rate for STDs? We know it's not New York City. They came in 20th.
Right. I'm going to go into the Sun Belt.
Okay, what are you thinking?
Thinking where my old stomping grounds, kind of. Miami.
Wrong. Kimmy, would you like to take a guess?
Ooh, I'm trying to think of like a city right now with a lot of single people.
Nasty people.
It's okay. We're going to talk about that in a second.
Not that.
What about? I'm gonna just take a shot. I'm gonna say Nashville.
Nashville.
Nasty
lot
and
of
Nashville.
younger
Oh, because
people
all those
moving
girls
down
going
there.
down there. They getting drunk. They got the Daisy
The party
Dukes on.
town.
Party town.
Wrong.
Okay.
The city in America with the highest STD rate is Detroit, Michigan.
Oh.
Number one.
Man.
So we got to go north, I guess, to
And I'm-
find these cities.
And I'm going to give you the 5. Well, it's interesting you say that. You ready for the top 5? Detroit was 1. Philly was 2. Montgomery, Alabama was 3. Memphis, Tennessee was 4. Baltimore, Maryland was 5.
Oh.
So, by the way, all East Coast.
Well, I mean, yeah, I get Tennessee.
Nothing in the West.
Yeah, nothing West.
Huh.
Which kind of blows up your theory that when you're outside meeting people, you're going to
Yeah.
have a higher rate of STD. Now, here's the thing. These cities in the top 5, Detroit, Philly, Montgomery, Memphis, and Baltimore, is what makes this conversation so interesting. There is no rhyme or reason why these cities would have the highest STD rates.
No, not really.
They're northern cities and southern cities. They are red states and blue states.
Can't think of a connection.
They're
There
not
are-
party towns.
And they're major populations with smaller populations, right? Like there is no tie that binds these 5 places that you could point to and say, well, this is why these cities have a higher rate of STDs. And that is a very important lesson in this story. There is no way to tell just by looking at anything or anyone if someone has a sexually transmitted disease.
Well,
what? Go
I mean,
ahead.
no, but
No,
I mean,
go ahead.
No.
Because you guessed Miami, you
Yeah.
guessed Nashville,
Yeah.
and there's a reason both of you
Well,
guys.
Miami
I was
ain't
just
what
thinking,
Miami
like,
used to be.
people
Oh,
out and
is that what
about
it is?
partying, like just being a little bit more reckless.
New York City was 20th
But you can
Yeah.
kind of question when you see somebody, they may have a little something going on.
based on what?
Just how they carry themselves.
Give
how
me an
they
example.
dress,
Give me an example. How they dress. Go
Their
ahead.
accent, how they get.
Their accent?
Their lack of couth.
Yeah, I guess their accent, if they had a Detroit accent, yes, statistically they would have a higher
If they
likelihood.
look a little skanky.
What
and
is-
I mean guy skank too. And
Okay.
I'm not putting it on the ladies, Pat.
Okay. There are a lot of people that have the bad habit that Tommy is mentioning.
She rolls her own cigarettes.
They
All her clothes are birthday presents. She drives her late grandfather's Crown Vic that still has a Bush Cheney sticker on it. She knows all the bar gossip. She's always available to babysit, but you never call her.
There are a lot of people who believe, like Tommy just said, that they have the power to look and
Yeah.
or
Well, if you busted.
even more dangerous, Kimmy, that they can look at someone and know they're
Yeah.
clean. You think you have it, Tommy. You think you have that ability, even though, as we established earlier, you have twice caught gonorrhea. Okay. What makes you think that someone more put together, someone wealthier, someone from a more affluent community wouldn't have something they can
They probably go to the doctor more. They probably have health care, access to health care.
Right. So, like, it would
clean
be
diet,
yeah, like-
nice people to go to church.
No, I hear you. Let's talk about the doctor.
They're in the
Like,
choir.
you're right. They would have more access to health care.
Yeah.
So, like, going to, like, a clinic as someone whose family has money and a reputation in an affluent community would probably be an easy thing for them to do, right? Like, walking in and talking to the person who works at the front desk who may know your family, or the doctor who may know your family, and mentioning, I'm here.
Reputation they have to uphold.
Yes, I may have an STD. Let's talk about that.
No, but you may just have enough money to have health care.
Well, no, but you're
Hey,
missing
hey,
my point.
what?
Even having access to health care doesn't mean that, one, they're getting tested, and two, they're doing anything about
You
it
also
until
have
it's
to
too
know
late.
Bro,
you
there's
have
no way
it.
you're not doing anything about gonorrhea.
Until it's too late.
Again, you'd also have to know you have it.
You know it
because,
pretty quick.
You're speaking
not
of
with,
one.
Not with every STD. Sometimes it doesn't. The symptoms don't show up till later, so you could have already passed it to
Take
like
a whiz.
multiple
You'll
people.
feel it.
I don't know. Let's go down the road Kimmy just said. There are things that will not present themselves for years. For
Years,
example,
yeah.
Well, the herpes.
yes, if you catch herpes, you could have no idea, and I'm not exaggerating here.
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20 years down the road.
It lay dormant for many years.
It can. There are examples of herpes laying dormant for decades. And if you don't believe me, you can go look for yourself. Something you got at 25 could all of a sudden show up when you are 35 and you've been married for 7 years.
Yeah.
And it's
So
up
if you
to
don't run into your exes for a while, there's a reason you probably have it.
What I'm getting at is this, and I'm going to talk to Kimmy.
No, I'm listening. Very interesting.
if you are in a situation, I know there's lots of people in it, right, who picked up something in their 20s, got married, started a family, and all of a sudden it shows up. It is up to your spouse if they want to believe what you are telling them, which is the truth, by the way, that you did not fool around, you didn't pick up anything else.
You didn't know.
But it would be hard, and I would understand why, for that person with you to take you at your word, right?
Yeah.
So for that reason, the idea that you can
Maybe
just
you got it at the water park, baby.
off a toilet seat.
Yeah. Maybe you were sitting on the ride mower in a bikini. That's how you got it. I hear it spreads from the seat to seat. I don't know.
Go ahead.
No, you were going to say.
No, it's just it's interesting to me that Tommy says he can spot a woman that could have it, but could you also say the same for a dude?
Well, yeah, jacket, brown shoes, blue jeans, blue sweater.
No, old guys look like they could be carriers.
That's an idiot. You're an idiot.
Don't trust men. They're filthy animals.
By the way, you keep talking about it like there's shame here. Like these
no
things,
shame.
These things
I don't mean
happen.
filthy. I mean joking.
You mean the thing you just said out loud?
Yeah, like when you say, well, it's a beautiful dumb animal.
Look, these things happen.
Like a horse.
People live with them.
Sure.
It doesn't.
And go have fun.
No. Oh my God.
But just be careful.
Okay, yes, protect yourself. You're going to go have
Go have fun.
Look, it's as simple as using protection, getting tested on a regular basis.
Yes.
That's it. That's all you got to do. And I understand. I mean, Kimmy, you remember being a kid,
Being
right?
terrified of it.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, because they scared you. No cigarettes,
Well,
no
and
fun.
as a kid, you worry
Where are you
that,
smoking that cigarette? What hole are you using?
Well, when you're finished.
As a kid, you worry that if you do get something, where am I turning to? Because I am scared to tell my parents. I don't know.
Which is a
where
shame.
to
They shouldn't
go.
do that.
Yeah, why would kids react that way listening to some older men talk?
What'd I say?
What, dirty animals?
But like an adorable dirty.
Yeah. You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
No, that's it.
No, I mean, like, luckily for us, we were so scared by this when we were kids.
Oh, yeah.
Right? That I would go all the time. Like, anytime I was out of a relationship, I would go.
Oh, really?
Really, even as a kid?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Like, I probably started doing it when I got out of the house.
So you went to the free clinic?
No, I had health insurance.
Yeah,
I was
where
on my
did you-
dad's. I was on my
Yeah,
dad's
but weren't
insurance.
your
I was
parents
26.
know? Like, weren't you?
No,
I thought he used all those cards.
Where did you go?
No, he's already been in here 4 times
Go
this
to
week.
Regular doctor.
So there was a
or
place
did
you could go that took our insurance, and I
But
never.
there
did-
were free clinics back in the day.
There
They're
were.
probably still.
Yeah, but I
you
guess
go
as
in
a
and
kid,
go.
especially then, I wouldn't have known how to find those places.
Don't forget, I was hanging out with a lot of grown ass people
Yeah,
at that time, and
right.
road comics.
Because I don't think
every road comic went.
it wasn't as simple as Googling it. You know what
no,
I mean?
true.
No, but like, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I just got lucky. Like, somehow, living the lifestyle we lived, I never picked up anything.
Yeah.
I don't know how,
Yeah.
right?
Well, you got to get close. That's the problem.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
not
you
like
stupid
you
mouth.
slaying all that poon back in the day
Chain smoking fat boy.
in your
Ain't getting too close to that.
chain smoking fat boy. That was on my headshot underneath. That's how I got booked, buddy. You don't play Bradford, PA without a good tagline. All right, so again, get tested, use
be careful out
protection,
there.
and stop spreading this vicious rumor that we are dripping with STDs
Don't
in every corner.
listen to the rumors.
Let's take a break. You have unprotected sex, you could pick up an STD.
Oh, yeah.
Could also lead to pregnancy.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a new baby in the world that was born in a unique way, in a unique place.
Really?
That this corporation is now jumping on and
Wait,
taking advantage.
corporation?
Yes, I mean, it's cute. It's where the baby was born. This baby will now have this free for the rest of their life, and it's great. But what
Yeah.
nobody is talking about, if you were in this place
Oh.
when it happened,
When she gave birth,
yeah,
she dropped child.
you'd have to be off of this for the rest of your life.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. All right, look, it's a really cute story.
I
It's
love a
great.
cute story.
This baby's going to have this for free for the rest of their life based on pure coincidence.
Yeah.
Or not coincidence, maybe is the wrong word. But the bottom line is this. What they don't include in the story, I think, is the most important part of it. Because other people witnessed this in a place they went to get comfort and deliciousness. And there's no way you could ever do this again.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. There is a new person on Earth who is going to be getting free donuts for the rest of their life.
A little precious.
So a woman, Shania Bennett, was at a Krispy Kreme in Alabama, which is the most Alabama story start I've ever heard. Oh, the only way it's more Alabama is if she's holding a sweet tea while waiting.
I was born in the back seat of a Krispy Kreme bus, rolling down Highway 41.
So while in this Krispy Kreme, we don't have a lot of details.
Yeah.
She went into labor.
Okay.
And she had this baby.
So she dropped the baby right there.
Right inside a Krispy
No
Kreme.
time to get to the hospital.
It just happened.
Yeah.
It just happened. Now, the good news.
Good news.
Mom and baby, everyone's healthy.
Fantastic.
Dad was able to get to the hospital when they brought the baby there. Everything is great. And when this story hit the news there, it went up the chain to corporate Krispy Kreme. So, Krispy Kreme, first of all, is going to throw an annual birthday party for Dallas, the name of the baby that was until he's an adult. So every year, he is going to get a Krispy Kreme birthday party.
Oh, they had a boy.
Yes, he is also entitled to free Krispy Kreme for the rest of his life.
Man, donuts for life.
Here's the funniest part. The birth certificate officially lists Krispy Kreme as the place of delivery.
Hilarious.
Right? And not only that, they're going to throw, I guess, a massive first birthday party for this kid as hey, congratulations.
Have to do a donut-themed birthday.
Okay, so, I mean, this is all cute, super fun, great for the kid, little attention for mom and dad. It's a precious miracle. Everybody's happy. What they didn't do was interview. There had to be other people in that Krispy Kreme.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I mean, it's a line for donut shop.
Yeah, morning rush or something like that.
Could you ever eat Krispy Kreme donuts again?
Man, I would be so nauseous.
It would be tough. It would be tough. But, well, okay. I think you may look at it differently if you are somebody that's given birth, you know what I mean? Like you're seeing it in a different light probably than somebody that may be experiencing
you've been around it even.
all this
Me,
for the
no.
first time, you know?
I mean, for me, that's like raw ass.
Like it's something you've never seen before.
That's a wild birth.
Yeah.
That's a wild child birth. That's what you see at the zoo.
But if you're
I mean,
somebody
I'm just saying,
that's-
it's out in the public.
But if you're somebody that's been through it a few times, maybe it doesn't even faze you. Maybe it's just like, wow, what a beautiful miracle event happening.
My
at this
only
Krispy
hope is
Kreme.
I get out of there before. If I know what's going on, I just split.
Well, I mean, but would it be rude to leave when it was happening? What if she
Well,
needs help?
You could say, I'm
I ain't
getting
the
out of
guy.
the way. Yeah.
Well, I understand, but like, God forbid.
I mean, I think I would be. I think you're doing the right thing by getting out of there because she doesn't want an audience in that moment.
Yeah.
I don't think she cares who's watching. I've watched 2 births. My wife did not care what was happening.
What if your order is just about up?
Is it rude to take your order and leave while the
No.
baby is crowning?
Oh.
We got head.
Yeah, I'm out of there. That's even worse.
Well, no, I mean, that's what you're going to see.
Yeah, I don't want to see
Part of the
that.
process.
All right,
I just going to be screaming.
Yeah.
Southern screaming.
What would that sound like? Oh, wait, Phil Collins was at Krispy Kreme? All right, Kimmy.
Yeah.
The point you make is valid.
Uh-huh.
And look, you got the parts. You're the one that, gives birth to the baby.
But
Maybe
even me,
you're
I've
right.
never seen it or experienced it, so it would be shocking.
And that's what
for
I wanted
me.
to ask.
Yeah.
You have never seen a live human birth?
Other than like the video we watched in science class in like 8th grade.
Yeah, those were gross.
Okay.
I've never been in a room for a birth. I've only seen, people after they had the baby.
And you've never, Tommy, witnessed a live human birth?
No.
Okay. Now, I would like to start by saying I love both of my daughters.
That lets me know how horrible it was.
It was, I'm not exaggerating, the most traumatic experience of my life. And I wasn't even pushing.
Yeah.
I told you guys, I'm squeamish.
Uh-huh.
I can't do any of that stuff. So my plan was to stand by my wife's head and not look.
Yeah.
Right? I
Yeah.
wasn't going to look. I had a plan the whole time.
Yep.
Right? And I was terrified. I was a 23-year-old kid.
You're there
Yeah.
for support.
So the doctor comes in, takes a look under the hood, and goes, it's game time.
Yeah.
Right? We're going to do this thing. So,
Okay.
all right. So I try to get a position, but there's it's a little bit of chaos in the room at the time. The doctor goes, all right, Dad. I go, yeah. He goes, hold this leg. And he hands my...
So you got to go around now.
Yeah.
No, I just happened to be standing there for a second,
Yeah.
and he hands me my wife's foot.
Yeah.
And now I'm there, man. I got box seats for baby birth.
Ooh.
Front
And
row.
so the first one I blacked out. I didn't pass out, but I have no memory of
Really?
my child coming out.
Was it like that Men in Black thing?
Yeah, just boom. I have no memory of it.
All right.
The second one, I have vivid memories of.
Uh-huh.
Let's just put it this way. You are underestimating how messy it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like lasagna. It's like flying out.
Oh, I'm not even talking about just the kid.
Everything, right?
It's just.
Yeah.
A lot of juices flowing.
I didn't know that much of anything could be in a person.
Yeah, it's like packed in there.
Yeah,
right?
and it's like it's
Yeah,
like
a fire hydrant.
Yeah, somebody pulled like one of them party favors.
Yeah.
And it's out. So that you would have witnessed
Yeah.
all of that.
Yeah.
And by the way, you gotta step in it or get around it.
Well, I'm not going near it.
No, but like, how do you know she's like right behind you?
I don't know. Well, I think I'm assuming that
They
she didn't
kinda
just
probably
drop the
brought her
kid on
to
the
the
floor.
side.
Well, I figured like she
Yeah.
sat down somewhere.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I have. Please don't do that.
Like
Um,
flowing out.
Please
it's
don't do
amazing though you describing that and somebody that had birth describing, because I have friends that will tell me like these stories and the way they're describing the terrible things that happened to their body along the way and things that have gone wrong, and then they go back and do
Yeah,
it again.
I don't
But
get
like even when they're describing it, they're like, oh, and then they did this. Like it was no big deal. I'm like, I'm horrified right now. Like, why are you telling this and with a smile on your face? It's amazing. Like
That's
the
why
way
I don't get the second kid.
I think that
You know what I'm saying? And
No,
I
I
don't
get
mean-
you.
Like you went through that and you signed up for it again.
No, I agree with you. Look, I'll say this. When I got my vasectomy, like one of my first things that was in my head was like, I'm never going to have to witness childbirth again. This is great. But
Yeah.
nature has this weird way. Babies are so cute.
Yeah.
It makes
But
you
they'd
forget.
have to be.
It makes you forget, and you're willing to do it again. And I'll say this. My wife handled it way better than I did, and she
Yeah.
was the
Yeah.
one doing all
Yeah.
the stuff. But I don't think I have it in me to witness it a third time.
Mm.
So if I was in this Krispy Kreme
Yeah.
while this baby came out, I'm never eating a Krispy Kreme donut again. I couldn't
yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
I don't even care if it's my most favorite. Like, what's your most favorite food in the world, Kimmy?
any kind of pizza.
All right, so you're in your favorite pizza
Yeah.
place.
That's kind of what it looks like on the floor. Somebody dropped it.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that.
I'm getting sick.
Yeah, I think I would be off donuts. Period.
That's what and like here's the
Like
thing.
period. No, any brand.
Well, period would have prevented this from happening.
Oh yeah, true.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this woman who gave birth in a Krispy Kreme. And Krispy Kreme found out about the story. Baby's healthy, mom's healthy. Krispy Kreme now is offering the kid a free birthday party every year. Krispy Kreme theme. He has free donuts for life. And his first birthday party, they are going to throw a massive Krispy Kreme themed birthday. Also, the birth certificate lists Krispy Kreme donuts as the place of delivery.
Very cute.
Okay. What makes it worse is the texture of Krispy Kreme donuts is all sticky and gooey,
Oh sure, it's a donut.
much like
A child.
a
shape
child
of it?
birthday. That is what would do it for me. I would not be able to deal with the texture of the Krispy Kreme donut in my mouth, having witnessed what happened in that restaurant.
You know what I'd be afraid of too?
What's that?
Is since people start pulling stunts now, like if you're pregnant, hey, if you're
What?
close, let's go to the jewelry store. Have the baby there. Hey, free jewelry for life. Or go to the bank.
That may be the worst take you've ever had.
Oh, really? You don't
Yeah.
think people try
She's
pulling
just going to
moves?
automatically start giving birth where.
No, but if they know they're close, let's hang out over here for a little while.
I don't think you understand the fear of things going wrong.
Yes.
Nobody.
Think all those stupid people that get knocked
No,
up.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, I am a dumb person. I was a kid when it happened. I was horrified that it was going to happen somewhere other than a hospital.
But I'm saying, like,
Nope.
but you hadn't
you
seen
think
it
they're
yet.
gonna drive
It's a
to a
terrible take.
jewelry store
It's a terrible
to
take.
have the baby with the potential to get something free.
Why not?
Because there's no guarantee.
If you're young and broke, take a
The
shot.
jewelry
No,
shop,
don't
shop's
listen
gonna be
to
like,
this
hey,
man.
why'd you come here? Why didn't you go to the hospital?
Thank
no,
you.
looking at some jewelry right now.
Ah! Why is she screaming?
Baby, sit down.
No reason. Ah! No, you said I didn't see it. I'm not even talking about the grossness. I was scared that if my wife had to give birth somewhere else, that something could go wrong, and there's not a doctor right there to help things out.
All right.
Like, I mean, look, we
Well, most births are pretty easy.
we
right?
only what? No,
Most births pretty easy.
No.
I mean, I know they can go bad, but like most of them is just pretty standard.
I don't
Out to
have
shoot.
the numbers. I don't have the numbers in front of me. Out to shoot.
Brother, shoot. I don't want to say what it
The
is.
vagina?
Yeah.
The uterus?
The shoot.
Okay.
The baby shoot.
We come back, wrap it up. Tell you
should
what we're
wrap
doing
it up.
tomorrow. Next year. If you would have wrapped it up, you would have had a baby to Christmas.
That's right.
Just saying. Next year, the break room. Let's see, man. That's going to be Rubber Root.
Howdy-o, hub there, Rubber.
For a Wednesday break room CMF that makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. Also tomorrow, I want to do this if we have the time. Hopefully around 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
There's a man who is in a bad way.
Oh.
And he reached out to us earlier this week.
Let's help the guy out.
Well, no, that's just it. Like, this may be the one instance where you legitimately can help this guy.
We talking me.
Yes, you, Tommy Millet, because in this unique scenario, and here's the thing, I say unique, maybe it's not as unique as we thought.
Yeah.
You're the only person I know that has been through this.
Oh.
Where you have been promoted from a job or promoted to a job and then busted back down to where you started.
Mm-hmm.
This man knows this.
Yeah.
He must listen to the show on a regular basis.
I can help the guy out.
That happened to him. And he writes us in his Facebook message that he is having a very hard time going back to where he was before. And he has a couple of ideas about what to do, but he wants to know where your head was at when you went through this. Oh, I don't like this already.
Well,
I just saw the look on your face,
you're
man.
Smirking like.
Look.
You're thinking of something.
No, I'll tell you the truth. How it went down.
This dude is he's
Hey, this is his job. This is his life.
This
bro.
is real life,
Yeah,
man. This is
isn't
a guy
goddamn-
that is turning to you for advice.
This isn't a joke.
And this could affect your speaking. No, let's not do this. I take it back. I don't want to do this anymore.
Oh, for God's
No,
sake.
because you're such a jackass.
No,
and
I'm
if
going
he
to tell you
takes,
what happened. That's what he wants.
well, he wants advice. That's what scares me.
I'll tell him what I did and what I shouldn't have done. That's advice.
No more, no less?
All right.
I don't know.
Ah, there it is. All right, we'll get into that maybe, depending on how I feel as a human being
Right.
tomorrow in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy?
Yeah.
Who wants nothing to do with childbirth ever?
Yeah, I think I'm okay with not seeing it.
Okay.
If I don't have to.
Nailing it.
Yeah.
For Tommy Muley, who always looks like a baby that just came out of the womb. My name is Pat W. We'll see you tomorrow morning to the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.